Welcome, everybody, to the Professional Photographers of Washington Image Competition 2026. We've got an amazing lineup today, a really full panel, and we've got a whole bunch of really cool images coming through. So I'm very, very excited to share that with you. I do want to give you a heads up about Innovate coming up next month. That's in Spokane, Washington. We've got a pre-con, we've got a post-con, and we've got a really full lineup, including the President's Awards banquet that's coming through. Check out PPW for more information about Innovate. So the judges today, they're going to be evaluating your images based on the 12 elements of a merited image. So the information that you're seeing up there is the vocabulary that they will be looking at to evaluate your image. Definitely worth checking out and taking notes because they are going to be commenting on every single image that we have today. They'll be scoring your images on the 100-point scale. And that 80 is that golden threshold, the merit that we have. So we're rooting that we pass that, deserving of a merit line, and we can go all the way up to that exceptional 100 that's going through there. So this is the scoring range, and we'll pop this up a couple more times. You can also find a copy on PPW's website if you want to be following along at home. All right, let's jump into our jury panel today. Judges, your microphones are live for this. We've got a full lineup of really, really talented people. So these are all judges from across the U.S., and holy cow, are they at the top of their game. Everybody on this panel has a really, really unique perspective. They are at the top of their craft, and they're going to be evaluating our images quite critically, but very compassionately, which is an amazing combo for us to learn and grow as artists. Let's get our panel on here so we can actually meet, greet them, and find out where they're from. David, do you want to start us off?
Sure. I'm from the Dallas, Texas area and really excited to be here. Thanks, Chris, for inviting me. And yours is my favorite introduction I've ever heard. So,
Yeah. It's on mute. No, okay. Thea, you want to join us?
Thea Martin from Portland, Oregon. Really excited to review your images and speak to all of them. Super excited for the day.
Awesome. Julie.
Hey, I'm Julie Savage from Huntsville, Alabama, Rocket City.
All right. Yvonne.
Hi, I'm Ivan Domazet from Williamstown, New Jersey, and Washington State is one of my top favorite 50 states.
We made the list.
But that includes intoxication.
And Gena.
Gena Tussey, Great Smoky Mountains, East Tennessee, and I love me some Washington State.
Oh, very fun. All right, judges, are we ready to dive in for some images? Oh, yeah. This is the fun part. This is the fun part. All right. So we are starting in the photojournalism category. So photojournalism is a candid image documenting real people, places, or moments without posing or digital manipulation beyond basic exposure, color correction, and dust removal. First up in the photojournalism category, that was me. $79. David, can you give us a quick critique?
absolutely. I think the storytelling is awesome. The hand, the finger, which we can barely see pointing toward the statue. So love the storytelling about it. The impact is strong. I think it could use a little more contrast, a little more depth that would help separate them, and that would be beneficial.
Thank you. Up next, I want a bicycle. $82. Thea.
What a cute little boy here, and how he got on the slam. Very, very creative. Excellent storytelling here going on. And I think to elevate this image into that excellent category, a little bit more dodging and burning, so we keep the details within the lamb, would be helpful here.
Thank you. Up next, public relations. 81. Julie.
Yeah, great storytelling here. And you got to wonder this kid's experience with police or what he's heard about police. He doesn't look interested in this moment. So I think this was a great moment captured here to tell a story. I do think I would have enjoyed a little bit more composition, like a little zooming out, so that we had just a little bit more of the environment in.
Thank you. Air attack. $80. Yvonne.
What a wonderful presentation here, having Wooley taking up the entire screen just about and showing us the massiveness of the fire below. Really helps complete the story for us. There might be a little too much of the headroom, though, so consider cropping out a bit of the top and see if that makes it a little stronger for you.
Thank you. Bandaloop, the real line dancers. $82. Gena.
Nikes, what an interesting subject. It just really pops out at you and grabs you, especially when you really realize what is going on here. I think in this situation, maybe a little less on tops, even though I know the sky is there, and be careful of your line work in the middle where it kind of bows in and out just a little bit.
Thank you. I see you. $80. David.
Yeah, so I like the framing that's taking place here, composition wise. I think that's a really brilliant move to isolate someone within the faces. I personally feel like we could use a little less of the out of focus area so that we can stay inside that one area with that wonderful eye that's kind of focused in on us.
Thank you. May I take your order? $76. Thea.
This is a very interesting street scene captured by the maker, and I appreciate the triangular composition. A couple things to work on here. Initially, I was able to get in, but that red key line all the way around the frame is popping me out. And then consider possibly changing this into black and white, so you can manage the highlights, especially on the back of the gentleman's head.
Thank you. Really, Coach? $77. Julie.
Yeah, I mean, this is a hilarious moment captured here for this category. I do think the front being so out of focus, it took me a while to find where the maker wanted me to look. So I think, thinking about the composition and where you are when you grab this moment will help for future captures.
Thank you. Committed. $83. Yvonne.
Beautiful motion we have here. The reactions of the players, everyone either looking at each other who are responding to the ball or bring their eyes up to the ball. So great leading lines there. So perfect moment to capture. The only thing I would have a suggestion for you would be the big white key line along the outside. Bring it down to a darker gray, something below middle gray.
Thank you. For the love of it. $79. Gena.
Yeah, interesting story here. I mean, he's really into it for the love of it, I guess. And she seems completely nonplussed and it doesn't really care. I think that it's an interesting story, but for me, I wish there was just a little bit more of contrast with it that brought me in and kind of handled that grain at film grain just a little bit.
Thank you. The Boys of Summer. '82.
Yeah, yes, go ahead. I thought I would
Oh, yep, no,
jump
you're
in
good.
there.
Okay.
I really appreciate kind of the high key element in this. I like that they've used a wide frame to help us see the entire picture. I struggle a little bit. I feel like there's some haloing going on the back of one of the players, and I wish that they were all focused on the same thing. But nice shot.
Eat My Dust, buddy. '77. Thea.
What cute puppies here. And I kudos to the maker for getting down to really get into the action. Really good decisive moment of capture. One of the things that I would concentrate on is ensuring that we have enough integrity in the file so we can have good focus on our main subjects.
Heads Up, Rain Down. '77. Julie.
Yeah, cool capture here with these two guys in clearly an athletic moment. I'm worrying that their heads might be bonking each other. I don't know what is happening here, but I think that this is maybe a little over sharpened, a little kind of over processed with that HDR sort of technique to the point where it's hard to even tell that this is necessarily rain. So that's where that's probably my biggest thought for
Thank you.
improvement.
Flying to Win. '81. Yvonne. Oh, are you muted, Yvonne? Yep, you look muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so great choice here in depth of field, being able to get both animals in focus, yet still have the background fence all distracted out and not pulling me out of the action. Only suggestion would be that to slightly go a little faster with your shutter speed to kind of freeze more of the moment. You got a little bit of a pan blur with the sand below.
Thank you. Patriot. '77. Gena.
Oh, very nice storytelling here. I mean, even though it's really cropped in super tight, I can tell exactly what I need to really see with this gentleman. A concern is it feels like it has been pushed too much since there's so much noise, and it could be film, but it's just a little too degraded.
Thank you. Keep Us Safe. '79. David.
Yeah, I enjoy the clear focus on what the point of interest is with the framing, the bright white with the cross. That's also creates a little bit of a problem because there are also other bright white areas that compete for the attention.
Thank you. Long Haul. 76. Thea.
Yes, very interesting storytelling going on here with all the different frames. In this category, I would suggest to the maker that they pick the best frame to tell the story, seeing that we have so many frames to review, it can possibly deter from the story. On the main frame, there appears to be a little bit of halation where the hillside meets the sky.
Thank you. The Rush. $79. Julie.
I'm from Louisville, so I love a good horse coming across the finish line story. Good vibrant colors here, good exposure. However, I think that the motion captured isn't quite still enough for the jockey and the horse's face to be in full focus. Everything feels just a hair off, bit blurry.
Thank you. We are now entering the wild card category, and this is a special yearly theme for the 2026 competition. The color yellow must be a primary design element in the image. This category is open to unique interpretations. Quiet Surrender. $85. Yvonne.
So love the simplicity of it. Beautiful lighting coming from the top. Maybe if it had a little bit more of a gradient in the background, wasn't quite as bright stark as the matte.
Thank you. Pollinator. $77. Gena.
Yeah, who doesn't love bees? I love it when they get pollen all over their rear end. It just makes them so fuzzier and cuter. Good thought process behind this, but for me, there was just some concerns about some of the luminescence coming through some of the leaves, especially on the bottom.
Thank you. If Only the Stars Were Treats. $78. David.
Yeah, wonderful capture. I love the lighting on the subject, and he's certainly focused, I guess, in the right direction. It feels a little like muted to me. I think I'd like to see a little brighter colors, particularly with the wild card category.
Thank you. Lemon Surprise. $81. Thea.
Yeah, definitely fitting for the category that we are in, and really appreciate the storytelling that is going on here. A couple things for the maker. I would watch the luminosity, and I would also watch the histogram, as some of the yellows almost appear to be blown out, particularly on the hair that is on our main subject here.
Thank you. Lucky Charm. $80. Julie.
Yeah, this definitely has impact as it comes up. It certainly captures your attention as you're trying to figure out what's going on here. I didn't understand the tie-in with the title for that storytelling. Maybe it's just me that's missing that. And then I also didn't understand the green background, the green framing, and just how it kind of all tied together. The color harmony did not feel there for me.
Thank you. Sun-Kissed Tulips. 79.
Great
Yvonne.
angle here. Great angle here, and using the nice pastels of the sky to really contrast against the sharp brightness of the yellow flowers. But the sun is just a little too intense, just a millimeter or two over with the camera to block some more of it. I think you still get the same effect, but without as intensity, not as much intensity of the sun.
Thank you. Through the Golden Veil. $79.
Challenge. I'm at the top end of the merit category for this piece. It fits the theme for the category that we are in really, really well. The sharpness on our main subject is beautiful.
I was at a 78. I really appreciated the sharp way that I was able to get into the subject's eyes. However, the majority of the image is blurry, and some of it I struggled with how natural it felt based on the sharpness of the fur and then the artifacting of the blurry patches on the face.
78, above average category. It's been said.
78 for what's been said. Also, with it being so center balanced, I mean, and still having such huge real estate around it, maybe just crop in a tiny bit.
78, it's been said.
Thea, your rebuttal.
All right, in rebuttal, I do think that this is a merit image. I think that the maker gave us a center bullseye composition on purpose. I also do think that the way that this was shot was possibly with a long lens to give us that sharpness all the way from the tips of those ears to the tip of that nose, and giving us really nice catch lights on the main subject's eyes. I do understand that there is a lot out of focus, but that is part of the yellow of this category. Perhaps I was a little too enamored as it came around at an 84. I will lower my score to an 82, but I do believe this is a merit image.
Challenger changes score to an 82. Judges, please rescore. 79. And because this had a challenge, it will not be receiving a critique. Yellow journalism. $79. And I lost track of who was giving our critiques.
You want to start over?
Let's do it. Let's do it. David, start us off.
Yeah. So this certainly pops out at you, and certainly in line with the wild card theme. I think for me, it falls apart a little bit because it looks too composited. It doesn't, to me, I don't feel a way if I felt like this was like looking at at a newspaper machine and I could see the newspaper behind it, it would be a stronger composition.
Thank you. Color of the sun. $83.
Challenge.
Got a challenge. Yvonne.
Yeah, I'm up an 87, the excellent category. So definitely this is a neat category your state offers. And so the yellow is right up on our face, and you get the duality of the story. The color of the sun is normally what we think of yellow, right? But because of the setting sun, these beautiful pastel colors in the distance. Even the red handles on the boat match up again with the other motorboats behind it, the canoe and the motorboats. So there's a lot of interesting things for our eyes to bounce around and appreciate here. Composition is wonderful. Whether get the 1/3 and 2/3 at the bottom, plus the kayak pointing back the other boats. So lots of things to enjoy.
Gena.
Yeah, I was at an 80. I really took a shine to this. Beautiful on the boat in front, or the canoe, or however. I did have a few concerns as far as the deep blacks there on the side of on the right hand side where the water meets into the shoreline. And then I know I'm being picky, but that dock tilting listing to the left is just drawing me away.
Yeah, I was at an 85 in the excellent category. And agree the darks are a little dark, but based on the time of day and the direction of the light, I could see why they would be that way. Really appreciate the use of that isolated color to fit within the wild card theme.
Thea.
81, deserving of a merit. I appreciate how the maker gave us this story. To get into that excellent category, I agree that it's slightly tilting and the blocked up shadows are a concern.
Yeah, I was at an 80, and you know, I'm not totally against blocked up shadows, you know, for a scene like this, but it's so dark. Like it just needed even just a slight lift in those shadows, just to have a hint of detail, and I could have maybe gone further here.
Yvonne, the rebuttal.
Yeah, great. So in rebuttal, the biggest concern does tend to be the darkness. So we all acknowledge that the mountain itself on the right is in the shadow side, so it's flat lit gray, and the water is never going to reflect the same amount of luminosity it's being given, and so it's going to go even darker. So that's why we got that big drastic step down. It's in the shadow of the mountain, and it's shadowing a dark mountain, and we clearly have dark rocks all at our feet here. The little bit of the distortion I think we're getting from the lens. Kind of gives that feel a bit like the uneasiness you get when you're in a canoe. You can easily rock from side to side, and to me, it kind of gave me a subconscious reminiscing of like being in the canoe in the water. So that's why the dock to me is okay being a little crooked. And I love the bonus of that little speck in the back, that the canoe back there. Maybe it has people in it, or maybe it's just moored out there to that buoy. So kind of like gives us a third subject to find. I'm in the excellent category.
What's your final score?
I'm staying the 87.
Challengers maintaining 87. Judges, please rescore. 86. Season of Gold. $82. Thea?
Yeah, it's daffodil season here in the Northwest, and I think this scene is very representative of the season. I appreciate the panoramic view. I think if the maker were to possibly change the presentation, it would hold us into the scene a little better. And also consider possibly flipping this upside down for editing, and that way you could take a look at that sky and see if the banding that I'm possibly seeing is true.
Thank you. Sea of Glass. $80 with a majority challenge.
I'll take it.
All right, David.
Yes, I'm at an 82. I'd seen something similar to this before, taken a similar image myself. I'm very focused on the wild card theme. I think they did a good job with the yellows here, not blowing them out. And certainly lots of energy in the image. So I'm at 82, and hopefully you'll find a merit somewhere in your scoring for the rest of the judges.
Thea.
Yeah, I fell short of the merit at 78. I do agree that the use of yellow in this image is nicely done. However, I'm struggling with impact in this image.
Julie.
Yeah, I was at a 79, and I've been to these Chihuly exhibits and looked up, you know, and it's absolutely stunning and glorious. And what I'm seeing though captured here in the image doesn't necessarily reflect that stunning shininess of the glass. This actually feels a little muted, dulled, like a little noisy. So I wasn't really getting, I think, the full impact of what this Chihuly glass should look like.
Yvonne.
78 in the above average category. So it's got a lot of nice sharpness throughout and good vibrance. I'm definitely getting the yellow. The difficulty I see is elevating the art that's in front of us to something more. I don't see much of a contribution from the photographer other than proper exposure and nice composition. To get it to a merit, you want someone else's art to be more than just a representation of their art, but you want to add your art to it.
Gena.
Yeah, I was in an 81. I think definitely deserving of a merit, and Choluli or whatever the name is. I mean, I think it's pretty cool. I think the maker chose to lay underneath something to get those colors and get that vibrancy. Wonderful color balance between the purples and the yellows and the oranges and the turquoises. Really just living us have an abstract feel of running around in it.
David, rebuttal.
Yeah, so I hear what's being said. I think that the lighting and the difficulty in capturing the glass-like feel and avoiding too much specular highlights, I thought they did a good job with that here. I can see the shiny reflective surfaces, but I'm worried that if they had tried to create or add even more to it, that it would have kind of blown things out, certainly would have probably caused some of the colors to become a little muddy. And that's one of the biggest challenges with this. I personally love the abstract feel to it. And if you've ever been there and seen, there's a lot of different captures and frames that you could use. And I thought this one worked really well with the repetition of shapes. And in particular, again, as I said, I'm focused on the thematic part due to the wildcard category. So hopefully you guys can find that 80 somewhere in there, because I certainly believe it's worthy of a merit.
And what's your score, David?
I'm at 82.
Judges, please rescore. 81.
Thank you.
When life gives you lemons. 79. Thea.
Yeah, I really appreciate the storytelling going on here. This little girl is certainly cute and a good composition. Where I think there are some areas of opportunity is ensuring that the brightest part of the image is her face. And right now, I think that her hand holding the umbrella is competing with that.
Thank you. Good morning, sunshine. $82. Julie.
Yeah, I mean, what a cute story. This came up and I immediately had a huge smile on my face. So I'd say that's great impact, right? When you can impact the judge that's looking at it, or any viewer that's looking at this image. So great catch lights in the eyes. I do think it can be a little bit distracting as you get into the petals that start going so out of focus. And the little bit of like haloing that's happening just around each of the petals. So you might want to zoom in and just, if there's some potential of cleaning some of those areas up.
Thank you. Lead singer. $78. Yvonne.
Yeah, so I got to be honest, I was lost by the story. So you made me dig, you made me work. So congratulations on that. I think I figured it out that the three flowers in the back are the background singer is the lead singer. I hope I got it right. But that's cool because you made me think. You engaged me. So that's always a strong thing. Compositionally, it's greatly laid out, but those little natural green things from the bottom, the verticals, I think it might be stronger without those little yellowish, whatever they are.
Thank you. Yellow in bloom. $78. Gena.
Yeah, what a beautiful young lady, and just such a sweet, soft joy in her face. So nice on the storytelling. For me, I had some concerns about cutting off her arm and her elbow and on both sides. And then my eyes keep getting drawn to those peach colored fingernails. If you're going to go yellow, go all the way.
Thank you. Lucky duck. $79 with a majority challenge.
Oh, I'll take it.
All right,
Yeah.
Gena.
I had this at an 80. Okay, I'm kind of a duck fan too. So I think that's a sweet little face, and that duck is very lucky to have that beautiful little baby laying on it.
So I was at a 79, and I appreciate the kind of the soft, simple innocence that we're looking at here, and obviously the little bit of the duck there with the yellow bill fits the wild card. It feels a little soft. I mean, the bow on the head is a little soft. I'm not sure that the plane of focus is right where it needs to be, but I do enjoy the image.
There we go.
All right. I was at an 80, and I really appreciate the storytelling with a little duck. As I am looking at this, I am seeing the areas of concern, so possibly trending down.
Julie.
Yeah, I was at a 77 for this image. Beautiful baby, love the eyelashes especially. But I struggle a little bit with the discoloration where you get to the lips. They start to look purple, which, you always want a newborn baby to look super healthy in an image, right? And the purple lips start to feel unhealthy. And that purple shading kind of goes into the baby's hand as well. And then the out of focus area underneath the head on the blanket didn't feel natural. It felt like maybe some artwork there. And the out of focus, like going into the ear and back of the neck area, were problems for me as well.
Yvonne.
81 merit category for the beautiful retouching on the face, and like I mentioned, those eyelashes are nice and crisp. I did not immediately respond to the discoloration. Now that it's seeing it, I'm trending downwards.
Gena.
Yeah, thank you for the fellow jurors for pointing out the concerns. I was just looking at the sweet little face with the ducky and the softness and the sweetness, but I too will be trending down to a 79.
Judges, please rescore. 79. Before they let you in. $79. Thea?
Yeah, very interesting story going on here. It definitely made me think, and that is definitely a positive here. However, the static composition with our main subject right in the middle, I think, especially with that pipe going up her head, is a bit distracting. I think that possibly cropping down the top third of the image could possibly make this stronger.
Thank you. Spring chicken. $82. Julie.
Yeah, this has great impact when it comes up. Lots and lots of fun. I struggle a little bit with how dark it is on the left side. I feel like just a little bit of a kicker to help get rid of that dark outline going all the way down her arm, would have just helped pop the image.
Thank you. Gathered in gold. $79. Yvonne.
Yeah, beautiful moment here. To get that much sharpness is incredible technical excellence. Um, Unfortunately, it's a really rough part of the day. If you can carry like a little soft diffuser with you in your pocket and pop it out, maybe that might help take out some of these strong highlights, and you won't want to process them out later on.
Thank you. The Hive. $81. Gena.
Yeah, way to hit the category. I mean, it's just a total contrast. It kind of reminds me of bumblebees and them trying to come out. I love the graphic appeal and the abstract feel at the same time, and it still feels like it has motion. Maybe a little cut back just a tiny bit on that some of the bright areas in the bottom right in comparison. But other than that, very interesting concept.
Thank you. Yellow daisies. $78. David.
Yeah, what an intriguing idea. I'm assuming using one of those lens balls or something to get this, creating that soft background. Challenges for me a little bit are the amount of background, and maybe a presentation would help.
Thank you. Pure elegance. $82. Thea.
Yeah, what a beautiful flower here, presented nicely for this category. I appreciate that I can see all the detail in the petals, so very well done there. One of the areas of concern that I had in this image is there appears to be a little bit of halation where the flower meets the background on camera left.
Thank you. Long-term parking. $78. Julie.
Yeah, this is an interesting image. They made me work to figure out where to go. So when you get there, I think that's good storytelling. But I think at the end of the day, having to work so hard to get to where I'm supposed to look is the problem. So the maker needs to work on driving that using lighting and focus.
Thank you. We are now entering the animal category. These are portraits of domestic animals as well as domesticated livestock showing personality or connection in posed or in environmental settings. Flight mode. $81. Yvonne.
Yeah, perfect moment of capture. Obviously, you get the flying dog. Just if it was a little bit more on center, I guess it's okay to have a center composition, especially when you have the horizon line go through the body. I think it'll give you more of that square crop even, would make it stronger.
Thank you. Cowboy horse. $79. Gena.
Yeah, beautiful horse, little dunny type horse here, beautiful coloring, nice use with the saddle to really bring out exactly what this horse is there for. For me, especially the left-hand side of the head and running down into that has a real cutout feel. And the horse's face just seems so bright in comparison with the in comparison with the shoulder and the hindquarters.
Thank you. Contentment. $76. David.
Yeah, wonderful title. Fits very well with the pose of the gorilla, just relaxed, sitting there. Quick, easy to help bring up the shadows a little bit so we can see that area around the eyes a little better, and perhaps consider looking for a way to remove the foreground out of focus element.
Thank you. Among the tall grass. $80 with a majority challenge. Thea, do you want to?
Challenge.
Oh, sorry. I missed that. Who was that challenge?
That was me,
Okay.
Thea. I'll take this challenge. I really appreciate how we can see our subject really nice and sharp. I appreciate the little bit of flowers all the way around our subject, and I think that the lighting is handled relatively well.
Julie.
Yeah, I was at a 79 for this image. I think if the maker had chosen maybe to, I know it's nice to be eye level with the pup, but maybe if they'd come up just a little bit, we could have removed some of that foreground that's in front of the dog and kind of going into the hair on his scruff of his neck. And the bokeh in the background's pretty bright.
Yvonne.
Yeah, 78 above average category. Love the little bit of, it looks like it's an afternoon or hazy afternoon day, and we still have a nice bit of rim lighting on the top of his head or her head and all the way around the body. Nicely done. I do agree that there's a lot of excessive foreground that isn't enhancing the image, and there's a stray horizontal below the tongue piece of grass that conflicts against all the nice angles of the other greenery.
Gena.
I was at an 81. I really appreciate, and can really savor the fact of this husky type dog sitting still, because that doesn't happen very often. I do agree about the line running across the horizontal in the foreground. I do know that foreground and background throwing out seems to be a really big trend in animals today, but I fell on the side of the maker.
David.
I was at a 79, and it's been said.
Thea, your rebuttal.
Yeah, and rebuttal. I do feel this is a merit. The pup is nicely in focus. The whites are all within. I see detail within all the whites and within all the blacks. And with pups like this, it is hard to get them to stay still. And getting this dog between those flowers was nicely done. So I do feel that this is a merit, 81.
Challenger maintains 81. Judges, please rescore. 80. Hold still. Wait. $82. Thea?
Very cute storytelling going on here with the cat coming out of the frame. One of the things that I would possibly consider is darkening down the background elements just a bit more, particularly the little stool and the fixture, or the bird cage, actually, I think it is, that is in the background, so we can stay in the cat a little bit more.
Thank you. The path is hers. $84.
Challenge.
Got a challenge from Gena.
You bet. I have this at 86. Next up into the excellent category. This is absolutely beautiful lighting. Obviously daylight type lighting coming across the dog, still giving some catch lights in the eyes. I see all four limbs the way we should. It's still as sharp where I need it to be. And it tells the story where she's taking her own path. This environmental feel is really nice. 86.
David.
Yes, I was at an 83, and started to go into the next category of excellent. I kept struggling with this dark branch in the upper right, and then some of the brighter leaf reflections in the background keep pulling me away from the center of interest, which is a gorgeously lit, dog.
Thea.
85 for all the positives.
Julie.
I was at an 80. And I actually wavered on the merit. I struggled a little bit with how the blur around the dog to me feels fabricated, like it was post-processed, and also that the dog was selected and brightened, and everything around the dog was brought down. Like when you look at the highlights on the leaves, they feel almost posterized, like they were brought down, and that's kind of the effect that happens. And then the stroke line around, you start to kind of lose it around that top part. And I went right to that and out of the image. So, those were areas that were keeping me just right into that merit category.
Yvonne.
Excellent category, 86. To me, this felt like a sad story for me, like the end of this dog's path. It's okay that the leaves in the background have been muted down to a pastel-y, almost ethereal kind of color, because it lets us have the highlights on the hair where we want it on the, or fur. I know it's fur, sorry. On the doggy, the foreground, there's plenty of leaves in the foreground that are causing that blur for us, because they're just naturally out of focus. I do acknowledge that stroke line coming out the top, that's a miss, but that's not why that's kind of why I'm not up in the superior, but only ended up in the excellent category.
Gena, rebuttal.
Hey, Herbal, thank you, previous juror, for really doing my rebuttal for me. I too, it has, because of the muted tones and it's been brought down the way it is, it does feel like it has a very sad ending to it. I do agree, yeah, maybe, that little bit of branch in that upper right could have been taken care of, but then I would be in the superior category simply for the emotional feel and the impact and the style the maker chose to go with. So I am very tickled with my 86. And we'll go from there.
Jurors maintaining 86. Judges, please rescore. 86. What's next? $78. Julie.
Yeah, I mean, I love the look on this dog's face, and that he's looking at his owner to say, what's next? So I think the storytelling here was hit spot on. The unfortunate part of the image is I think that so much of the focus goes to the left side, where it's all out of focus, and you have these out of focus legs and shoes.
Thank you. I beg your pardon?
Oh.
$81. Yvonne.
Yeah, I love the amount of focus on this animal. And yet still have such a smooth gradient background that I can just go there from, like, tip of fur to tip of fur, from snout to booty. It's all in. The pose is excellent on the animal. So yeah, I can't improve it for you. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Ball obsessed. $77. Gena.
Oh, who doesn't love a dog chasing a ball? Absolutely sweet face. There's so much joy in that face going after it, but the ball itself needs to be a little bit more in focus. It doesn't even feel like it really lives there right now. So that's where I landed.
Thank you. Sitting pretty. $79.
Oh, challenge.
Got a challenge from Gena.
Challenge. I have this at an 86. Stunning posing on this animal. Beautiful, just right up into the camera, just giving us that intense ears forward, focus where I need it. It shows you how tiny this animal is by the stool, and the beautiful use of background with the stool. Just a beautiful animal.
David.
Yeah, I was at a 77 in the above average category. I struggled with, it feels like the bench is leaning a little bit, and I really want to focus on this lovely little dog, but the bench is so bright, and then the background is fairly busy. So I was really struggling with where I was supposed to focus, and in particular, this kind of tilt to the bench or something going on there makes me, it adds a tension that I'm not comfortable with.
Thea.
Yeah, 78 above average. I really appreciate the pup and the greenery, a green necklace on him, and just really, really cute. What held it back for me is the lighting pattern on the main subject and the stool don't match the background, where and I don't see any sort of grounding shadows on the bottom of the stool that would place it in the background.
Julie.
78. 78, it's been said.
Yvonne.
77, it's been said.
Gena, rebuttal?
Well, dadgummit. Thank you, jurors, for pointing out the tilt of the bench. I do agree, and it may be a tiny bit bright as far as it goes. And yeah, the lighting pattern. I guess I just got so excited because I wanted to kiss that, boop that nose. I'll be lowering my score to a 79.
Jurors changing score to 79. Jurors, please rescore. 78. Into the flurry. $78. David?
Yeah, so I'm really transported to this moment, that tongue flapping in the wind, those snowflakes in the air with the snow on the ground, all of those things I really appreciate about the image. I believe the lack of detail in the bright areas would be something I would work on.
Thank you. A Pup's Prayer. $80. Thea?
Yeah, I really appreciate the lighting on the face of this pup, and the storytelling that's going on, and the little bit of lightness in the background on the top left-hand corner. Those are really things that I appreciate. I think that the fall off on the body of the animal is a little bit incongruous to the rest of the scene, so possibly take a look at that as an area of improvement.
Thank you. Who, me? $79 with a majority challenge. Gena, do you want to take this one?
Sure. I have this at an 80. I think this is a sweet pose in this dog. Nice sharpness in the eyes. I still feel the texture in the nose. I enjoy the kind of warm grays that they've chose to use in the background to get warm up this pet a little bit, especially around its tummy and around its older dog eyes.
David.
Yes, I was also at an 80, and I really enjoyed the title that went exactly with the look on this dog's face. I recognize some challenges, but feel like the sharpness is good where it needs to be, and certainly drawn into that face.
Thea.
Yeah, initially I was at an 80 for this image, for the storytelling and the cute puppy's eyes, and how the entire face is in focus. I do see some challenges on the bottom reflection that could possibly trend me down.
Julie.
Yeah, I was at a 79. And this is very cute. I was all in and especially enjoyed the reflection. But then as I started to go down and enjoy that reflection, it started to look a little almost like over sharpened in that reflection area where it starts to have a few little artifacts both around the edges and in the legs and body. Also wish there was just a little kicker to highlight those ears just a hair from the background.
Yvonne.
78 for all the positives already mentioned. My biggest concern was the twin lighting seems to have really kind of flattened out the animal. Even there's a little bit of shadow under the jaw, under the neck. Most of it feels fairly flat.
Thank you. And because this was a sign, there is no rebuttal. Judges, please rescore. 79. Yippee-ki-yay. 83. Julie?
Yeah, this is a glorious image of this pack of horses all the way back into the cowboy having detail. Appreciate the processing on it as well. One area that caught my eye though is that fence post going into the ground on the back right doesn't look real. Some things it looked like maybe some artwork's done there. So I'd zoom in and play there.
Thank you. So Much Soul. $78. Yvonne?
Really nice job matching the on-camera flash or reflector, whatever you're using, with the scene. Doesn't feel like it's unnatural or blown out or anything. The the left-hand side of the log, the way it touches the water, um, it makes I don't know if the water is really that close or not, but it's this mind thing for me right now where the distance from the water being that close and that wavy and that log, it doesn't feel quite natural. It could just be my brain.
Thank you. Queen on a Throne. $78. Gena?
Yeah, cute puppers. Everybody likes a little push face Pomeranian, just adorable little animal. For me, I had some concerns about the focus, especially in the eyes and the face and along the backside. And then the log gathers more of my attention in the foreground than the pup does.
Thank you. The Sovereign. $78. David?
Yeah, look at the alertness in that animal. I love the pose, the positioning within the frame. My challenges are probably the very dark background with the bright speckles in it, make it difficult to stay focused in on the subject.
Thank you. That concludes the animal category. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, let the judges stretch things out, and then when we come back, we'll be entering the commercial category. We'll see you in 5. Welcome back, everybody. We are now entering the commercial category. So these are images created for commercial, promotional, or editorial use, showcasing products, people, or spaces. Up first, we've got Frozen in Time. $80 with a majority challenge. Yvonne, do you want to take this one?
Sure. I'm at 78. Nice highlight on the left-hand side of the image. I'm guessing we're around rocks or no, I'm sorry, ice. It's kind of hard to tell what it is because of the nature of the lighting. My only thoughts that kept me out of the merit are really the top part of the band where it's kind of almost gone black into black ice, and then the hour hand is touching the name of the manufacturer and causing a shadow onto the watermark part, with the waterproof words. So usually you want to have the brand fully highlighted, not partly masked.
Thank you. Gena.
Yeah, I actually had this at the top end of the merit at 84 for a definitely unique, unusual perception on how we normally would look at commercial work. And normally I would expect the hands to be at 10 and 2, but in this situation, then we would have been blocking the dial. So I can understand the maker's choice in that. I love the fact that it's encased in ice and it's kind of dark and masculine. So 84.
David.
Yes, I was at 80 in the merit category. Mainly for what's been said. I appreciate the title with the Frozen and certainly time, and agree that I think the focus was exposing those 3 subdials.
Thea.
78 above average. I agree with all the positives and would love to be in that merit category, but right underneath the 30 on the dial and into the wristband, there's a smudge that is an area of concern for me to be in the merit category.
Thank you. Julie.
Yeah, I was at a 79. I think the high contrast is good, but I think it's a little too much contrast. And then on the camera left side of the watch, I started to feel like there was like almost like a blurry patch of the water. There was almost like a halo kind of following the line of the watch. So just little areas. It felt like every other part of the ice or the water was sharp, except for that little area kind of following the line of the watch.
Thank you. Judges, please rescore. $79. Final pour. $77. Thea.
Yeah, really nice young lady here, and I could see this as a commercial piece. My area of concern for it being a commercial piece is having that wine bottle and the wine glasses out of focus.
Thank you. Geometry Blues. $82. Julie.
Yeah, I think this is really pretty and unique. I love that it is has this blue color kind of all throughout, and then you're really highlighting that center of interest, which is the chandelier. One area of concern was at the bottom of the image. It almost felt like it was part of the presentation, like that dark black line kind of going across. So I started spending time and investigating there, and that's not where I wanted to spend time in the image.
Thank you. Play, pour, repeat. $78. Yvonne.
Fun story, like the interaction, the two of them wearing the wine purple outfits is great. We get the full story of the games in the background, even on top of the left-hand barrel Oh no, I'm sorry. I thought I saw more toys on the potted plants in the back instead, but um, the light is a bit intense on their foreheads, which is difficult to control in this outdoor situation.
Thank you. Keeper of the night.
I didn't have a
Yep, it's sorry. I've got technical difficulty. Just 1 second. Keeper of the night. $78. Gena.
Yeah, slurp. Makes me just want to reach through and grab one and have a drink. I think the maker really took a lot of thought process and time to pull all the pieces together. But for me, the limes look a little brown. And then my main focus and where it's supposed to hit should be the drinks and not the bee on the cutting board.
Thank you. The Old Family Pharmacy. $77. David.
Yeah. Well, this popped up and I really was intrigued with it, the titling of it. And then you get this almost abandoned looking building. Unfortunately, moving beyond that, there's some haloing around the building and obviously some interesting treatments in the sky, which uh, completely pull me away from the primary subject.
Thank you. Iron and Velvet Lifestyle Band. Lifestyle brand, excuse me. Iron and Velvet Lifestyle brand.
Oh, shoot.
79. Thea.
Yeah, really interesting composition here with our main subject on camera right. And then you go into the background and have these two other characters in the background. For a commercial piece, it would be great to have them also branded with items from Iron and Velvet Motorcycle Club. Otherwise, I think that this could really shine.
Thank you. Underwater photography. $82. Julie.
Yeah, this is a really great shot. I think this actually sells the brand of this underwater camera. You have clarity on the brand name, very silver tones in this that highlight the product, but also highlight the water, which is the story. So good job there. The only place I really immediately went for improvement is one. Well, actually, I'm gonna go with two. One is the little outline on the camera, the bottom of the camera body, and two is just the blur of the water itself on the camera left.
Thank you. The Golden Hour. $78. Yvonne.
Yeah, really love the play on words, the golden hour, and having the be gold in the background. Kind of gives us the feeling of the Olympics coming up, and um, nice framing of the windows, and then having her in the perfect spot. Uh, probably some people would have difficulty with the amount of darkness you have, but I actually appreciate the maker taking that challenge, taking the risk of being such high contrast.
Thank you. An apple a day. 84.
Challenge.
We've got a challenge from, is that, I missed out. Was that
David.
David?
Yeah.
Okay.
I am really mesmerized by this. Love the variations in the shape of the apple and the way it's facing. All the water, the sharpness. I even love the yellow key line. So certainly think it's worthy of that excellent category.
Thea.
Yeah, I was initially at an 84 and really appreciating this image. Apple a day, and we've got 7 apples, so 1 for each day. Nicely done, maker. My only area of concern to go any higher is the color shift in the splash, right in that center apple.
Julie.
Yeah, I was at 83, squarely into that merit category. And I just have a question here. So on the water droplets, you'll see that most of them follow the shadowing and the light pattern on the apples, right? Light from the left, shadows on the right. And that is consistent across the apples, which is great. On the water droplets, it's not always consistent. Like on the one on the left, you've got dark on the left side on some of the water droplets, and then on the right side on others. So if somebody can help explain that away, I'm ready to move.
Yvonne.
81 merit category for all the positives that we already mentioned. And I put it there for the amount of technical excellence done to the matching of the waves of the water from apple to apple. It's really nicely done. But I do have to admit there's a weakness in the repeating of some of those air pockets. If you start with the first apple on the left, almost down center of it, there's a very distinct, nearly rectangular air pocket, which then goes in between the next two, and then is below the third, below the sixth, and then below the seventh apple. And I suspect that there are other water droplets just like that. If you look hard enough, you'll find, or air pockets to repeat unnaturally.
Gena.
I was in 83. I enjoyed the graphic appeal of this, and even the really bright stroke line. For me, it was those air bubbles, if you will, underneath it. You have the light coming from different directions, and some of them, especially the third one and the next to last one, some of those air droplets look exactly the same. So it does have a bit of a cutout feeling to me.
Thank you. David, rebuttal?
Okay, so first, I hear people appreciate the storytelling. I'm keeping in mind this is a commercial image that's designed probably to sell a product. And, we're evaluating this from the standpoint of a technical critique versus what is the commercial impact of something like this. And I can see a little bit potential for the repeating of some of the water drops underneath. I think that's what is being referred to as an air pocket. I think the fluctuation in the lighting on some of those, if you look at even the water throughout the top, as water shifts, the way it refracts the light would create interesting patterns that may not always be consistent. So I just really, the impact of this when it came up, the consistency in the color tones, the yellows throughout, I thought it was a very strong commercial image, and I am going to remain in the excellent category at 87.
The challenger remains at 87. Judges, please rescore.
Not letting me.
Yeah, it keeps the scorekeeper.
I'm getting
Hold on. Yep,
error.
just 1 second while refresh.
Nope.
Oh, hold, please. I'll let you know when she's it froze up, so we're refreshing. All right, judges, please rescore. 84. Spokane, Portland, Seattle. '83.
Challenge.
Got a challenge from Julie.
Yeah, I had this at an 86 in the excellent category. I just thought that the tones of this image were great, from the sky to the train. You can see detail throughout everything in this image.
Yvonne.
Well, Julie beat me. I was an 88 and had my mute on. So yeah, I totally agree. The 88, excellent category. Interesting perspective. A lot of times we get that like really like tunneling way down off into the distance, but here it's just used to show you how massive these things really are, and at the same time lets you appreciate the grittiness and age on even the woods that are holding up these old rails up and everything.
Gena.
Was at an 80. I may be a little bit low. I just, there's so much beautiful work been done in the train cars themselves and some of the track, but there's so many rocks that are just popping up everywhere that are dragging my eye, trying to figure out what is going on, and some especially in the foreground. But might be a little low, trending up.
David.
Yeah, probably the outlier. I'm at 78. When it popped up, the first thing I felt like was it's cut out. It's a sky replacement. The scale seems wrong on the left where the sky touches the ground. The clouds feel far too close. It, the brightness of the gravel down on the bottom, and it's so texture heavy that I'm really focused on that area there. And I do see significant haloing along the dark areas underneath the train. But I'm open to hear what the rebuttal says.
Thea.
81, for all the positives that have been stated, this is a really unique composition, really showcasing the train here. My concern for going higher is the sky, particularly camera right, where it almost seems to be leaking into our main subject.
Thank you. Julie, rebuttal?
Yeah, so the main complaints I think were the sky and the rocks in the front. Agree, those really bright rocks in the front could be nabbed out or brought down, but it's part of the organic scene, and so it doesn't really bother me too much. I do think that the center of interest, the train, is handled super well as far as the sky goes. I don't see it actually like bleeding into the train. Yeah, it is low on the horizon, those dark clouds, but I look at this perspective, and that's sort of the end of the road of the path, where our eyes go. It's sort of that tunnel down. So I kind of thought it worked. And then some halation was brought up below the train. Maybe I kind of gone back and forth on that, on whether it's just the tops of the grasses that are really bright kind of underneath right there, but that is something for the maker to go look at in the future. So for me, this at least belongs in the excellent category, and some of the issues that were brought up would keep it from going higher than that. But I'm at an 86. Hope you'll join me.
Challenger staying at 86. Judges, please rescore. $85. Ready for paint. $80. Gena?
Yeah, I'm having to sit here and think about this for a little bit. I realize it's probably a battleship or something similar, and I really can appreciate the scale. It's just almost leaning over me, and then the painter at that kind of odd angle getting his job ready. The only thing I couldn't understand was a great big egg smiley thing in front. Now, I mean, that's just me because I'm not a ship person. So, but yeah, nice image.
Thank you. So many lines, it's hard to choose. $84.
Challenge. I'm at 87. I think that the graphical nature of this is really intriguing. The colors are nicely done. Yes, we are sitting more in the midtones than anything else, but I think that's maker's choice. I think this is more than a merit.
Julie?
Yeah, I was right into the merit at an 80, and I do find this a fascinating image. So one of the reasons I had to go higher is on the left side, right around the middle, close to the mat. There's a kind of a smushy area where you start to just completely lose detail, and I didn't know what was going on there. And then there's a couple of, I don't know if it's like dust spots or if it's areas actually on the architecture piece itself that where there's marred little areas and just distractions, right? That could have been nabbed out.
Yvonne.
Top of the merit category, 84. And this is one of those, the longer it sits here, the more you appreciate it and find nooks and crannies. And just the maker picked a very good, strong point to give us his perspective on. Lots of good geometric shapes to appreciate and get lost. And I'm trending a category or maybe two.
Gena.
Yeah, I was at an 83. I enjoyed the organic kind of flow of it. It almost feels like a musical instrument at the same time. But my eye was immediately drawn to the marring on that white. And then as I go to the left, about 9 o'clock over from the matting, that whole kind of area goes really mushy. It's like we completely lose the architecture right there. Like it's kind of been blurred a little bit, not just in shadow. Just little things that's just keeping me from getting right on up into that excellent category right at this moment.
David.
Yeah, I was at an 85, just inside the excellent category. And I'm listening to what they're saying. The longer it sits here, I can see some of these areas and some that haven't been mentioned. So I appreciate the architectural elements, but now actually I'm trending down just a touch.
Thea. Rebuttal.
All right. I believe that the graphical nature of this piece does carry it into the excellent category. Had some of those items of concern been mentioned, I would be trending way up into the superior, possibly exceptional category. I think that the tonality and how this was managed as it sits in front of us is an excellent piece. And if some of those concerns, the mushiness on the left and possibly some of the textures that I think are part of the natural capture would be managed, we would be talking superior. I'm going to stay at an 87.
Challenger maintains 87. Judges, please rescore. '87. Guardians of the Valley. '83.
Challenge.
We've got a challenge from Gena.
You bet. I have this at an 86. I literally can see this on like a website, headliner, everything. To me, it's just really sharp. The aircraft is sharp. It's just that little bit of movement the way it should be in the propellers. The people look nice and backlit. But at the same time, there's lighting across the ambulance or whatever, and just what we need on the fire truck. I think the snow is handled very well, even the highlights going across the caps of the mountains. I still know where I'm supposed to look, and I'm right there at 86.
David.
Yeah, I was at an 80. I think my challenge was I'm not sure what brand is being represented here, if it's more of a commercial image, because they all have different kind of markings on them. And the uniforms, very difficult thing to do here because you've got bright white snow, but I mean, there's just no detail in some of the uniforms and stuff that are being worn. So listening, but still my eyes wandering, trying to figure out what I'm supposed to look at.
Thea.
Yeah, 84, top end of that merit category. And I really appreciate how the maker was able to capture these three first responder elements in one image and handle all the focus so nicely. My only area of concern is the snow, camera left of the fire truck and camera right of the ambulance, where we're losing detail and they are the highest points of contrast. So my eye kind of tries to be trapped there instead of enjoying the circular composition.
Julie.
Yeah, I was at an 80. I did appreciate the title, Guardians of the Valley, that helped tie in. These are all the Guardians, right? So I did feel like that was there. Where I didn't go higher, there's just a couple things. One is it's very cool toned. Even in the white portion of the helicopter and the white portion of the fire truck, it starts to feel a little blue. And then if you look above the fire truck, once you get onto the hill, as you come down, there's a big smushy area there. I don't know if that's a sensor spot or what that is, but that looks like a technical error to me.
Yvonne.
83 merit category. It's awesome with the triangular triangular arrangement of the vehicles here in the aircraft. The fact that you can read clearly which location these things are coming from, whether it's a private company or whether it's a county. Um, the cruise in each is nice. The difficulty I have though is the girl on our left. Her hair gets lit up so much, and she's the only one facing away from the other people around her. Everyone's kind of interacting, talking to each other. I assume the flight crew is talking to themselves, but her being towards the camera is a little distracting. And then on top of the roofs, behind the fire truck, it's such a bright white there. It's probably the brightest part of the scene. If that was less distracting, that would make it more impactful.
Gena, rebuttal.
You all have brought up some wonderful issues that I've sat here and studied, and I do agree, had that snow behind the fire truck been handled, I would have been probably in the next category. For me, it states exactly what we need. We've got 3 completely different: ambulance, fire, and rescue and airlift. And to be able to put all that together and still make it feel like everything belongs there, is an amazing thing. The girl she's throwing her hair. I'm seeing at least 4 different complete personalities in this, and I still see the pilot in the aircraft very well. I will concede that maybe I got overly excited, but to me, I think this, if I were working for this company, I would be all excited about this. So I will be lowering my score to an 84, but I still think it's very high in the merit category.
Challenger is changing to 84. Judges, please rescore. 83. 58 and True Fit. $79. David?
Yeah, so I really appreciate the way they set this up, the vertical lines leading to the title of the company. I think maybe a little, bring up the shadows a little bit here and take down the highlights just a touch. And this is a really nice shot.
Thank you. Thea? Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I was getting on to this next one. I was like, all right, who's next on here? Okay. We have liftoff. $83. Thea?
Yeah, I really appreciate the graphical nature of this piece, especially really enjoying how the shadow play really fits in almost as a secondary subject. A couple areas of improvement would be to tone down the main area where the highlights are almost blown. And then I think for competition, giving us a slightly different color of a mat would keep us into the scene instead of popping us out with this stark black presentation.
Thank you. We are now entering the portrait illustrative category. These are stylized portraits where the primary subject is a person or people. The image uses creative lighting, posing, props, or post-processing to tell a visual story. First up, What Remains? $79. Julie?
Yeah, I mean, I like the title that gives us that storytelling piece for this Dracula type character. I think where it falls short of the merit is going to be that portrait lighting. So you've got multiple catch lights in the eyes and hot spots on the bridge of the nose. And I get it that that sliver of light might have been the intention, but think about where it also hits the ear and on the side of the head. So just control of that lighting.
Thank you. Searching for answers. $79. Yvonne.
Interesting location, helps add to the story. The time of day has given us a great shadow for him, but unfortunately, it's also made him extremely bright and up against that silhouetted doorway. It's very intense. Maybe consider giving him like a gray jacket in post.
Thank you. Poise and passage. $79. Gena.
Oh, just kind of screams that middle time of Downton Abbey in the roaring 20s with that hair, the makeup, the shoes, and the baggage. Just delightful. I had some concerns with the eye cut, especially, that the camera left eye that really gives me a little bit too much brightness in there. And then to have these cool tones of her dress and, some of the background and then all these warm tones, it's fighting with it just a little bit.
Thank you. Embracing ambiguity. $79. David.
Yeah, I really enjoy the impact of this when it pops up. Oh, where'd it go?
Oh, there. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. Embracing
Okay.
ambiguity.
Yeah, I really enjoy the impact of it. It just brings you right into those eyes. I do believe that maybe a touch over process, the face is a little soft, and I would definitely bring down that shirt so that we can kind of stay focused on that face.
Thank you. The next move. $78. Thea.
Yeah, what a cool.
Oh, we lost it. Did you mute? Thea, are you there? Oh, is it just me?
How about I take it?
There we go. Thank you, Julie. I was like, oh.
Yeah, storytelling's off the charts. I love that he's almost has this like master of the universe pose where he's coming in and he's in control of everything. So great job with storytelling. I think where this it missed the mark on the merit is those smoke lines in the background definitely look fabricated and over like super, super sharp so that they end up really taking away and your eye away from this main subject.
Thank you. The Raven Queen.
We have lost Thea.
Yep.
She
Okay.
just- Yeah.
We're gonna go on a quick break here. All right, everybody, we are back. We had a small technical difficulty, but we have our full team back. We're joining in the illustrated portrait category. And up next, we've got the Raven Queen. '82. Yvonne?
Sure. Well, a lot of good effort put into the stylization of this. I love how the raven is broken free and maybe even busts out the bottom of the cage. It's kind of neat. The shadow side, I get it, it's dark for drama, but you may have gone a little too dark. I'd bring some of that back if you can, in the dress especially. And if you can, the corner of the eye that's in full shadow, just a little bit of light there, please.
Thank you. Jazzman. '79 with a majority challenge.
I'll challenge it.
All right, Julie.
Yeah, I was at an 80 for this. I felt like this book was deserving of a merit. I haven't seen this done. So it starts to look, you have this very emotional image. You can see the emotion on his face. You understand the story. He's playing the piano. You can see the piano keys and his fingers on the keys. And then, of course, they've done this texture overlay, but it also has like an animated feel. So I haven't quite seen anything like this. I think this is deserving of a merit.
Yvonne.
So I was in the average category, 73. The distortion and the kind of almost like wall mural presentation was pretty awesome. That's kind of hooked me at first. But then the overlay itself doesn't feel like it belongs. It's almost like it's too much sugar on top of a frosted cone of ice cream kind of thing.
Gena.
Well, I want some more sugar then, because I think this is off the charts. I have this at an 82. I love the fact that it feels like poster, it feels like art, it feels like abstract, it feels like brings it all together, but I'm still boom into that expression. And knowing the type of piano he's playing there in San Francisco, the color palette is wonderful.
David.
Yeah, I was at 80, deserving of a merit, and just, mesmerized by this style. We celebrate, creativity and stylistic choices in our artistry images all the time, and I really appreciate this taking place in a portrait.
Thea.
Yeah, 80 deserving of a merit as well in trending up. I really appreciate the color balance and even the lines leading us into this jazz man are really, really nicely done. And how the maker gave us their style is really creative.
Julie, rebuttal.
You guys, the longer I look at this, the more enamored I am. I kind of want this on my wall at home. I am really, really digging it. I think I'm a category short. The longer I sit here, I think I'm up in the excellent category. I'm going to put it right there in the middle at an 88. I hope you guys will join me. I think this is really, really spectacular.
Challenger is changing their score to an 88. Judges, please rescore. '86. Scream Queen.
Would you repeat that?
Scream Queen.
Okay, thank you.
'81. Gena.
Yeah. This first pops up. The very first thing I thought was like a cross between Bride of Frankenstein and a George Harrell photograph. A lot of interesting things going on in here. Suggestion would be maybe to tone down the lighting just a tiny bit, as well as, kind of bring those highlights across some of her, the wrinkles in the dress down here.
Thank you. Undeniable Force. '80 with a majority challenge.
I'll take it.
All right, David.
Yeah, I'm actually at a 79, and I think my biggest challenge, honestly, and I'm open to hearing what the other jurors have to say, is that the lighting appears to be inconsistent. I can't, it varies across each individual to some degree or another. I think it took a whole lot of work to pull this thing together, and I appreciate that effort, but I'm just really bothered by the inconsistency, it feels like.
Thea.
78, above average. In addition to what's been said, losing the bottom of the player on the left-hand side, and then almost appears to have some sharp lines coming in from camera right on the players on the top, the two on the top left, top right, I'm sorry.
Julie.
Yeah, I was at a 78. Boy, I wanted to get to the merit on this because I know how much this composite time this composite takes to create. The center girl, the lighting on her elbow isn't realistic considering she's in between players. So that one made me pause. But also the catch lights in the eyes. If you look at the three players on the right side, you're missing catch lights in the eyes. That's sort of portrait lighting 101, right? Is you want the catch lights in the eyes. It shows personality in the girls, and those are missing.
Yvonne.
Well, I was an 85, excellent category, and I think I just got a little carried away with it. Now that I'm hearing some of the comments made, I'm rethinking the score I'm at.
Gena.
Yeah, I was at a 78 for everything that's been mentioned, but my eyes really tend to go on number 14 on her elbow that's leaning over where the other young lady's arm is really bright and hers basically goes into black. And the same thing on number 9 and the lady next to her in the very far bottom left.
David, a rebuttal?
Well, it sounds like we're all kind of on the same page. And again, stating we appreciate the effort that it went into this, but there's just a few technical issues that I think could be perhaps corrected to get it up a category.
Are you maintaining a 79?
I am maintaining a 79.
All right. Judges, please rescore. 78. Final bow. $83.
I'm going to challenge that.
David?
Yeah, I am mesmerized by this. That positioning of that body, and I can see some elements that I'm sure my fellow jurors are going to point out, but the use of negative space in this, the shadows, the way they fall, the softness of it all with the subject matter is just really intriguing to me, and I believe it belongs in the excellent category.
Thea?
Yeah, I was in an 80 for this image, and I'm very intrigued by the style the maker gave us, with really a soft palette, and the positioning is rather nice. A couple areas of concern for me are how bright that back is, and also camera right leg.
Julie?
I was an 84. I almost made it into that next category. I love the chalky feel combined with the high contrast of the dancer. I just think that's really well done. Hot spot on the knee. And if you look in her hair, in between the hairs, it almost looks like it doesn't have the same value as what the background behind her elsewhere. Those were the things that kept me from going into the excellent category, but I do love this image.
Yvonne?
82 merit category, enjoying the ghostly feel of it. But as has been mentioned, the hot knee and the top of the hot hands are what kept me from a little higher.
Gena?
Yeah, 82. Love the monochromatic kind of feel about this. And it does. It feels like, a chalky charcoal. Besides the knee, of course, I wish it was just a little bit more gradient in the background up just a little bit, because you have this beautiful kind of warm spot behind her, and then it just kind of goes a flat color.
David, rebuttal?
Yeah, and I apologize. I didn't start out with I was at an 89. I hear what's being said, and obviously, I mean, I even mentioned at the beginning that knee being a little hot. I didn't even notice the back, quite honestly, although that would obviously be a spot where we're getting a lot of light. Looks like it's completely overhead. I think that almost to me gives this a kind of a graphic feel to it, which to me only increases the impact of it, from my point of view at least. I also appreciate the kind of chalkiness that's in this. It makes it a little surreal. I originally started out thinking I wanted more detail, I wanted more contrast, but the longer it sits here, the more I enjoy this kind of truly artistic approach to portraying this dancer. So I will be remaining in the excellent category at 89, and hopefully we can get this to that same category.
Challenger maintains 89. Judges, please rescore. 87. Firebird.
Can you restate the title?
Firebird. $81. David?
Yeah, I really enjoyed this. I love the brightness everywhere. But you know what? I'm able to stay focused on that beautiful face and that red lipstick that just complements everything else. So great work on that. I think I would tone down the presentation a little bit. I think it detracts from everything that's in the center of this.
Thank you. Where Roses Rise. $78. Thea.
Yeah, really interesting story here with all of the headpiece, and I really appreciate that. I think a couple areas of improvement for the future would be give us a little bit more curve to her body so she's not as static looking, and the hot lighting on her face, while keeps us in the face, it's a little hot on her cheeks and her forehead. Um, in addition to that, just pay attention to how you have this cropped for competition. Her hair is touching the sides of the presentation.
Thank you. Veiled in Violet. $83.
Challenge.
Challenge from
I'm
Julie.
at an 80. Yeah, I'm at an 87, and she is veiled in violet. So good titling, and appreciate all of the work that went into styling this image with the purple veiling around the black hat, and then the black eyelashes with the purple lipstick and the purple eyeshadow. So really well done, and the lighting on her face is kind of perfection here.
Yvonne.
Top of the merit category, 84. Love how well the skin's been handled here. It has nice texture to it without having the plasticky feel. So it's got good rendition of shadows in there.
Yeah, 83. I wanted to be right up there, but after it sat for just a second while we were looking at it, my eye goes to where camera right eye and then back into that hat where it's just black and then violet, and I'm sure it's just the fabric of the hat, but my eye keeps getting drawn into that one spot.
David.
Yes, I was at an 82 and really appreciate the style choices here. To me, some of the gauze or the whatever you call the material here, veil, it feels like I can't feel like it looks like it's supposed to come in front of her face, but then it disappears behind it. And underneath her right chin and cheek is a very strong, sharp edge where that should be soft and falling into shadow. And the tip of her nose just looks like a little white spot to me.
Thank you. Filling in for a DQ, I scored this an 81. Really nice exposure that's coming across, and definitely impact and color harmony. The treatment of the kind of gauzy material that's around it was throwing me off. As Jerza pointed out, how it kind of fades in and out going around, or the little sliver that's just slightly off color right above the hat, kind of center image, was a distraction to my eye. Julie, rebuttal.
Well, I'm going to see if I can't talk y'all into the excellent category. So let's bring up a couple of things that were brought up. So one is the right next to camera right eye, you have kind of that sharp black area. That's the hat, and that is the line of the veil where that fabric ends. Could the maker do something about that? Maybe, but that's where that fabric was. So that is organic. The treatment of the veil itself, I think, being soft, flowy, all the different directions of the fabric creates sort of this magical, mystical situation, right? I didn't want that veil in front of her face. I wanted her face to stand out so that we could see this beautiful girl. You've got the dimple in her cheek, which is highlighted because of the great lighting. And really where the fabric kind of comes in, stops. I just think that's part of the magic. I think we're in the excellent category here. So I am going to move to an 88. I was at an 87. So just coming up a hair as I looked at this longer, thought this needed a little bump.
Challenger is moving score to an 88. Judges, please rescore. '87. What she doesn't say. '77. Julie?
Yeah, this is a cool cat for the image here. So nice center of interest. Two things to point out. One is look at the catch lights in the eyes. You've got a catch light on the left side on the left eye and a right side on the right eye. So that tells you you've got a couple problems with your lighting. And then it looks like the image isn't squarely in the mat. If you look at the key line on the left, it's white. It looks like maybe that image just wasn't stretched under the mat there.
Thank you. Life is a cabaret. '79 with a majority challenge.
Challenge. I scored this an 81 in that deserving of a merit category. Really interesting storytelling going on here with this almost plastic-like background, and then the headpiece that the main subject is wearing really adds into that storytelling.
Julie?
Yeah, I was at an 80, and I wanted to go higher. It was the lack of the details in the blacks that kept me from going higher. But actually, as it sits, I'm not caring as much about the detail in the blacks. I think this is a really nice piece here.
Yvonne?
77 above average. Enjoy the pose on the model here. I'm not really getting the cabaret story line. The plastic waves look kind of water-like, which don't quite seem to match. And the lighting feels kind of flat in the eyes.
Gena?
Yeah, I had this at an 80, and I'm actually trending up the more it sits here. I really appreciate the kind of old Hollywood feel in her face. And it does sort of remind me of, Life is a Cabaret, with Liza Minnelli, and that whole kind of lighting that was used in it, very dramatic, and the dramatic posing.
David?
Yeah, I was at a 79. My primary challenges were, the leg is cut off at the bottom, which kind of threw me. And I understand what's happening, but I do see strong haloing against the black on the front, from the elbow down along there, across the jacket, and then onto the skirt. And the skirt almost feels painted on because like where it cuts into the leg there, it's like all on one line. There's zero kind of change in elevation or anything. So it feels painted on to me.
Thea, rebuttal.
Yeah, in rebuttal, I really appreciate the posing and what's going on here. to address some of the concerns that were just mentioned, yeah, that skirt is tight, but it fits her so well and so fits with the story that's going on here. I'm not seeing any sort of technical issues. I think it's just part of how she fits into the background where those lines are. So I'm not experiencing the technical issues of a possible haloing. I see detail throughout her outfit. Her posing is really cool, as one of my fellow jurors mentioned, almost Liza Minnelli like, and really fits into the story of the cabaret. Certainly belongs in the merit category for me, and I'm going to go up to that top end of that merit category, 84.
Challenger changes score to 84. Judges, please rescore. 82. We're going to keep on. We've got just a few more in this category before we take our break. Up next, The Gentleman's Reverie. $79 with a majority challenge.
I'll take it.
All right.
I was at an 80, and I thought this had some magic to it. The lighting from the front and having the dark background on that side, I thought provided the right separation from the background. I love this kind of, magical look on his face where he's just like super relaxed and chill. And then, of course, the light, bright background on the right side provided the separation needed without having that kicker or anything. I thought it really worked.
All right. Yvonne.
77 above average category. Can you repeat the title one more time?
The Gentleman's Reverie.
So I'm still kind of lost in trying to understand what the story is, and maybe it's part of my issue here. If one of the other judges can please explain to me, that'd be great. I enjoy the lighting on the face and the lighting pattern on the wall behind him. The solid gray in front, the dichotomy doesn't quite appeal to me, and I don't know why. So just be helped out with those points, be great.
Gena.
Yeah, I was at a 79. I waffled back and forth, and this chicken decided to stay on that side of the road. I love his face, and I love the shadows cutting across his nose and just really defines his jawline and his nose and his lips. But I had issues, with that background on the right-hand side, because to me, it's almost as bright as his face. So I'm trying to figure out what that is instead of staying into that incredible face.
David.
Yeah, I was at an 80, and happy Julie challenged this. I appreciate it, just like she did. Bright face, dark background, dark side with the nice white texture. The hat, says gentleman, and the look on that face is very calm and peaceful to me. So I thought it was deserving of a merit.
Thea.
Yeah, I also fell on the side of the maker and scored this an 80, deserving of a merit. Reverie, I believe, means contemplation. And certainly that storytelling is definitely there with contemplation. I really appreciate how the maker really gave us his face as the brightest part of the image, where he is definitely in that thoughtfulness.
Julie,
Yeah,
rebuttal.
I don't hear too many arguments against the merit, so I'm staying with the merit and an 80. Hope you'll join me.
All right. Challenger maintains 80. Judges, please rescore. 80. Unspoken Authority. $78. Yvonne.
It's a great pose on her. Nice angles on the shoulders and the arms. Just a little bit hot on the top of the breast, and maybe consider moving the light next time to coming down on top of her instead of from underneath as much.
Thank you. Find Your Voice. 81. Gena.
Oh, how fun is this? It makes me wish I could do something like this. And well, I might just with that outfit. But I think her expression is so wonderful. Her posing is just so free for all. The only suggestion I might have is that double stroke. Keep it simple. She's simple. The background simple. Keep your presentation simple.
Thank you. Becoming. $83.
I'm going to challenge it up.
All right. Is this David?
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
Perfect.
I'm at an 87, and I think the storytelling is phenomenal here. I love the fact they're holding cameras. They're reflective of each other, and obviously the story is about becoming, let's just call it wise rather than older. And but interested in what my other jurors have to say.
Thea.
Yeah, 84, top end of that merit category. I really am appreciating the storytelling. I think what held me back from going any higher is a little bit of the double exposure on our subject on the right-hand side.
Julie.
Yeah, I was at a 79 and didn't make it to the merit. I didn't understand the flare in the top center. I love the treatment on the guy on the left. The guy on the right, behind the glass or the mirror, I'm not sure what's going on because it's like there's that reflection happening. And he's so much like smoother. And then I also didn't understand the presentation. So you've got those like rounded corners and they're very apparent on the right side and not as much on the left. So I just was left struggling in several areas here.
Yvonne.
84, top of the merit category. So at first, I thought the becoming had to do with age because we're going from young to old, but we're starting because we read left to right. I come on the left-hand side, hit the old guy first, and then the young guy inside, which appears to be like almost like inside of like a doll display, like a Ken or a Barbie would be on on the shelf in Walmart. And so that's why you get an inner reflection from the young guy there. Then I realized the becoming isn't an age thing where he's going from young to old. He's going back to his youth, and he's becoming vibrant again. And this is now a rebirth for him. So let's just face it, the lighting is beautiful. It's gorgeous all over the body. Nice three dimensionality. The hat is handled well. You can almost feel the velvetyness on the hat. So just I'm too low at 84. So I'm glad it was challenged.
Gena.
Yeah, I was originally 83 and I'm trending up. As I've sat here and listened to everyone, isn't it great that we all have different opinions on how the story affects us? To me, he is solid on the left-hand side because he has reached that wisdom. And on the right-hand side, he's still kind of fluid and moldable, So to me, that's why I get that double exposure kind of feel that he's not quite there yet as the gentleman on the left.
David, rebuttal.
Yeah, okay. So I understand the presentation part. I heard that. To me, it's a little stylistic choice, maybe having to do with looking back in time. To me, the story is he's looking down, he's remembering, he's thinking about how did I get where I'm at? Thinking back to days when he held that same camera as a young guy taking pictures. And to me, that little flare in the top is about creating this dreamlike and thoughtful kind of moment in time. As one of the fellow jurors said, I think the lighting on him is timeless. It's absolutely stunning. The details in the camera. I'm a category too low. I'm going to move into the superior category at 93.
Challenger is changing to 93. Judges, please rescore. $91. The Night Shift. $81. David?
Yeah, man, I'm still really intrigued with this. I think an awesome job with this silhouette almost, with just a touch of lighting behind it. Love the color tones and the curtains. They match the presentation. And I think if I had a challenge, it would be understanding the purpose of the lightning, et cetera, in the background. I'm not sure what that's supposed to provide in terms of the storytelling aspect.
Thank you. The Washington Crew. $78. Thea.
Wow. This, I think, took a lot of work to get all put together. Really nice composition going on here. A couple of areas of consideration for competition, as I do think that the team really appreciated this, is there appear to be a couple little spots in the water that should be managed, particularly the one between the oars on camera right, and then where we have the dock going into a really dark, almost black area of the dock itself, and the water camera left and camera right just appears to have a little bit of a color shift. So maybe consider those things for future entries.
Thank you. The Gift. $76. Julie.
Yeah, what a beautiful young woman. And I really enjoy the catch lights in her eyes at the bottom there that sort of reflect the orb. So great job there. I think that where the miss is having that orb, which is part of the storytelling, so out of focus along with her hands.
Thank you. Catch Me If You Can. $76. Yvonne.
So great location. Love the action between the kids and their playfulness. There appears to have been a painterly effect added, and it's very heavy on the children's faces, more so than the grasses and everything else. So to me, it gives the feeling that it was done to hide an out of focusness or a motion blur. If it wasn't, and the kids are sharp, I think you'd have a stronger image with the kids sharp.
Thank you. And that concludes our illustrated portrait category. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, give the judges a chance to stretch, and we'll see you back in about 5 minutes. And welcome back, everybody. We are now entering the event and wedding category. So these are images that capture meaningful moments from the day of a wedding or events, whether it's posed or candid. Up first, Walking into Forever. '81. Gena?
Yeah, absolutely. What a lovely couple and beautiful environment. I think it was handled well as far as the lighting goes, because day of wedding, God, you just want to capture that expression so they really enjoy their images and album.
Thank you. Losing Game. Excuse me, Long Game. Long Game. '81. David?
Yeah, I really appreciate this. The reflection in the glasses with the opposing opponent's pieces visible in the lower right frame. I think it has good, strong impact. Maybe a little bit too soft on the focus because you get some artifacting around the edges of the things that are really close to us.
Thank you. I'll Be Yours. And that was AISLE. Be Yours. '79. Thea.
Yeah, really nice moment of capture here. And you can really see the connection between the bride and groom. A couple areas of opportunity are the really bright spots in the windows and a couple speculars in the jewelry in those watching the ceremony.
Thank you. A Natural Moment.
Could you tell me the title one more time? I'm sorry.
A Natural Moment.
Thank you.
'80. Julie?
Yeah, this is a lovely image where you can see details in the whites and blacks, which is always the hardest part of capturing weddings. I would say, though, on the background being blurred, some of that does start to feel a little fabricated, and especially as you get to the highlight around the man's face.
Thank you. I Want to Rock You. '80 with a majority challenge.
Challenge.
All right, Yvonne.
Top of the merit category, then '84. Definitely has that rock and roll live action feel. I love the halo kind of coming off of his head, like if he really was an angel, the halo would be on his head, but it's not. That ring of lights above him, so we can see he's got a dark side to him. The hand being that close, there's no way in the world we're gonna get his face and his hand in focus. But yet it still like makes it more intense that way because it feels really close to me, like he's gonna touch my nose, and I'm in Jersey right now. So yeah, look me here what the rest panel thinks.
Gena.
Why is it 77? For me, I mean, I think the action that's going on here is a lot of fun, but I had problems with not being able to really discern that finger more. I mean, I kind of think of it as like a rock and roll Uncle Sam kind of poster. And also there is some strange artifacting, and it may just be the way the light's coming across him, but down his left side and into his jeans and then back up across on the right side. Just wish there was a little bit more to put my teeth into and just a little bit better lighting on the skin.
David.
Yeah, I was at an 81. I really appreciated this, having shot quite a lot of concerts myself. The difficulty in the lighting and getting an image capture like this, I thought they did a really good job. I'm firmly in the merit category.
Thea,
78 for all the positives and negatives.
Julie,
79 for the positives and negatives, but I can move.
Yvonne, your
All
rebuttal.
right, I love all my flexible judges because we're all flexible, right? So lighting, yeah, I know it's tough, but it's totally out of our control. It's a live action thing, and for that being said, it's actually pretty well balanced considering like his ears aren't blown out. I can see that he's got like maybe some monitors in his ears right now. They're not blown out either. The hat is lit rimly nicely. It's everything is in post processing or moment capture. Um, Been kept within a reasonable range. Yeah, his jeans are a little bit soft. He could be wiggling that booty. It's possible. So I can understand why Gena wants to sink her teeth into those jeans. 84.
All right. Challenger maintains 84. Judges, please rescore. 81. Love on the Lake. 79. Yvonne?
Yes, a really nice concept here was in the backlighting on the bride, making sure her dress glows. You are picking up some weird, maybe because you push the saturation a little too high, but some weird color in the sky and some banding there. So take a look at that. You don't have to go super crazy cartoony. We can still appreciate the natural lights a bit better than the pushed ones.
Thank you. Ecstatic Fury. 79 with a majority challenge.
Oh, challenge. I really appreciate this image. I'm at an 81. I really like her expression and really like the motion blur of her hand hitting that drum.
Julie.
Yeah, I was at an 81 and appreciated the title. This is an example of where title helps with that storytelling, ecstatic fury. That is exactly the look on her face. And the motion of the stick, I think, enhanced that storytelling.
Yvonne.
75 above average category. With the lighting from the scene is very, very flat and just, I mean, the action is cool. I can kind of hear the drum, but it's not leaving me with a lot of impact.
Gena.
I was originally at 78. I'm starting to trend up a little bit the more I sit here and look at it because I was concerned that the background felt like it was tilting, but then I looked at the chains and it seemed like it was level. She definitely has ecstatic fury, so I'm trending up.
David. Oh, are you muted, David?
Sorry, yes. I was at an 80 and really appreciated the capture of the emotion.
Thea, your response? Rebuttal?
Yeah, I really do appreciate how the title really gives us a great storytelling to really lead us into this image. So for that, I am definitely on the side of the maker, 82.
Challenger changes their score to an 82. Judges, please rescore. 81. Guardians of the Rings. 78. Yvonne?
Yes, the arrangement is very nice. I'm not sure if it's intentional or not, but the top ring, the engagement ring, appears to be a different kind of metal, and I don't know if that's something that happened during post processing or not, but it looks more coppery than the rest of the gold does.
Thank you. Green with Envy. 79. Gena.
Ah, what a wonderful, wonderful story behind this. It's almost like the tree house of love or whatever, or the love shack. I can really dig into that story. For me, I felt it was just slightly oversaturated, and a lot of the rope has highlights on them that are just completely blown out.
Thank you. We are now entering the fine art still life category. These are carefully composed and styled imagery that emphasizes design, symbolism, or other fine art expression. Up first, Softly Strong. '84. David?
Yeah, I think I'm going to challenge this too.
Okay. Let's go with the challenge.
Um,
David.
Yeah, we'll go with a challenge. And I put in an 86, and almost at the time that I did it went, I'm low. When I think back to how you described this category with still life and really more of this artistic approach to it, I really feel this falls strongly in that category. The lighting accentuating certain elements. I really love the artistry of this.
Thea.
Yeah, 84, top end of that merit category for the composition, for the fine art feel. My concern for going higher is there almost appears to be a magenta shift from the bottom of the image into the knees and the body.
Julie.
Yeah, I was at 84. Could be low here as I start to appreciate more the romance that's created by the dimensionality and light and shadow. So, very cool image.
Yvonne. Are you
Here.
muted? I believe you are muted. There we go.
Yep, sorry that it wouldn't let me unmute. Yes, 83 merit category. A lot of great textures and tones in there. I love the little surprise bonus of the piercing in the navel. Gives you something inorganic to go with all the beautiful organic waves and textures.
Gena.
Yeah, I was at an 81. I really am digging the composition and really digging how the light plays across the surface and the angles of her body. For me, it was more of a color balance issue. You know, when I go down to her legs, it's kind of blue. And then I go into the pubic area and it's really, got that beige warm tone. And then her belly button area is cool. And then it goes back up into warms. And I realize shadow and depth and things like that. But I just wish that skin tone was just a little bit more there, or even in black and white.
David, rebuttal.
Yeah, so I'm not seeing the color shifts. I mean, I see slight luminosity shifts that might explain some of that, but in general, to me, the tonality is similar. Color tonality is similar all the way through. I love everything's in focus. It sounds like everyone's right on that edge, or most people are right on that edge. Um, yeah, I'm at an 86, and I think I'm going to move to the top of this category. I almost want to go up one higher, but because of that kind of gentle shift, it's brighter at the bottom than in the middle of the calf there. But I certainly hope you guys will join me in this excellent category, because this is truly fine art piece.
And what's your score going to be, David?
I'm going to go to 89.
Challenger is changing to 89. Judges, please rescore. 87. The Architecture of Forever. '83. Thea?
Yeah, really, really cool repeating patterns, almost Escher-esque here, that can really be appreciated. The only thing that I think could possibly improve this is giving it a little bit more depth by some dodging and burning in the shadows, and bringing up some of the speculars throughout the background, just to give it a little bit more depth.
Thank you. Calla Lily Curl. 85. Julie?
Yeah, this is such a romantic image, right? Again, that light and shadow and dimension. I think really, really good job. And I think, the only thing that I can really think of for improvement is maybe a better match from that stroke line back. It looks more reddish than the pinkish tones I'm seeing in the image.
Thank you. Until you return. $89.
Challenge.
I have multiple challenges. Who was on there?
I was, and I think Yvonne.
Yeah, good. How about I go and then you clean up for me?
Okay.
All right. So challenge for Yvonne. Yvonne.
All right. I'm at a 91, and Julie's gonna tell me I'm too low, which is gonna be great. I got a feeling. So yeah, the emotions in this are just, it hits all of us, right? We're all feeling it. Um, that paw, the one paw up in the air, it's kind of like he just like wants to pet the water to like bring back their loved one who's gone now. The vastness of that mist is just it's enveloping. It's another subject. We've got the dog, the missing person, and the mist. So we've got these three bodies here to deal with. There's just enough foreground interest to frame it out, but not feel like a forced framing. And then let's face it, this is an image that I didn't realize at first had a presentation because it's so strong it didn't need one, but it's got one. So we can't say it doesn't have one, but it's so strong on its own that it could just I could hold my attention and frame it out without that extra black and gold.
Gena.
Was it an 87? I am trending up a little bit as well. My main concern though is that bottom right hand corner. I mean, if I could see the reflection of the dog in the shore and just that, I would just fall into the water and beg this dog to go home with me. But that corner is just so pulling my eye away from all the other beautiful stuff.
David.
Yeah, I was an 88 and really, really want to go higher. I do struggle with the foreground, but what I'm really struggling with is if you look between that lifted paw and the straight leg, there's some masking there that didn't quite work out. And then if you look between the back two hind legs, there are also masking areas where it just doesn't make sense. There's little white areas that are brighter that they don't fit in that location. But I mean, outside of just a couple of little things there, maybe a slightly different crop from the bottom. Yeah, this is definitely in the superior category, maybe higher.
Thea.
85 for all the positives and the negatives mentioned.
Julie.
Well, I was at a 93, so I think I'm the winner. But I will tell you, I was going to argue it up to the next category until it was pointed out the little area between the legs, which I can't explain, except for, I do see the mist, but it is a little hard lined. And so now with those issues, I'm not going to argue it up to the next category. But I will say, as far as the foreground goes, I wanted to talk about that because I always say it's the maker's job to drive me where to look, right? And I went straight to this dog. Every leading line took me right to this dog. The stature, the pose, the look on its face, the mist, everything about this is ethereal and magical. And that foreground, I think, was part of driving me to that dog. It's out of focus, not interested, not looking there. And by the way, that reflection too is just perfection. Love it, love it.
Yvonne. Rebuttal.
So in rebuttal, David nailed it. That's the weakest part of the image. That's why I'm not in exceptional. That's why I'm not pushing for 100 today on this. And it is definitely a technical that at this level shouldn't have been missed. I'm gonna claim, I missed it. I didn't see it. I was sitting back too far, enjoying the wide expanse of it, and missed the details. So that's why we have a great panel you picked here, five jurors. So I will be not raising my score either to the next category, but I will be lowering it down to the top of the excellent at an 89.
Challenger is changing their score to an 89. Judges, please rescore. '89. Dropping in. '81. Julie?
Yeah, I think that the detail on this bee is pretty great. When you're looking at the tail portion of it, I think where it can improve in the capture is the blur on the top of the head and that back area. So great focus on the tail, a little bit of a miss on the top half.
Thank you. Cradled in contour. '82. Yvonne?
Yeah, so I love all the interactions of these different leaves, going back and forth and interweaving. It's kind of like they're protecting their flower, um, the the pretty purpley part of the flower versus the rest of its body is shaded by the green, obviously. Um,
Thank you.
yeah, that's it.
Yep. Rocking through the ages. '80. Gena?
Yeah, pretty still life. I think the lighting on the rocking horse is done well, and the fact that it has this kind of grungy feel to bring that age. For me, some of the texture in the background is so sharp in comparison to the softness and the sweetness around this little horse.
Thank you. Breaking rank. '81. David?
Yeah, I like the capture here with this one element separated, which goes well storytelling wise with the title. I think one of the challenges that I see with this is it's almost like it was done with a tilt shift lens. The focus plane seems to move from the front to the back. I'm not sure if you could just figure out a way to clarify that, and then the bright red on the bottom left, right on the edge of the frame, continues to pull my eye down that direction.
Thank you. Surface tension. '84. Thea?
Yeah, this is a really interesting composition, and I really appreciate how the maker gave it to us in black and white. A couple of areas of opportunity. There appears to almost be a hot pixel on the bottom right-hand corner between the the wet spots there, and then right in the center of the frame, well, center of the plant, it kind of goes mushy. So give us a little bit more contrast there.
Thank you. Softly perfect. '85. Julie?
Yeah, I love that this is such a unique treatment for a flower. Oftentimes we see it almost over sharpened, and this one is so soft and ethereal. Really, really very pretty. One thought is we start to lose the stem as it goes down into the dark, and it'd just be nice to have a hair more detail there.
Thank you. Facing depression. 87.
Challenge.
Yvonne.
So I'm a middle superior category 93. Um, the tininess of the man versus the hugeness of the shadow, then compare that to the immenseness of the space they're in. It's so relatable. Once you've been in depression, you can relate to this image easily, and all the different paths and routes we can take, and spiraling in circles on the left-hand side, and never seem to break free of that. There's so many places our minds can go with this image, yet the man is still facing forward, looking directly at his demons, and he's not backing away.
Gena.
I had this at 88. I was just falling into this because know where that's at. I would have been probably even a category and a half higher, probably. I just had those little bitty black dots, quote unquote rocks, however you want to put it, in the upper left. And then right out there, kind of catty cornered from him and a little bit below. Had those just little kisses been taken care of, I probably would have been up in the exceptional category.
David.
Yeah, I was at an 81, and I do think I underscored it, particularly with the kind of a little bit of the explanation from Yvonne. I do have some challenges. The black dots in the upper left, I understand where they're coming from. The kind of darkening in the upper right corner keeps drawing me to those lines that lead me out of the frame. And then the key line, which basically disappears across the top in the middle, then is very bold on the right and left. But agreed, I'm probably a category low.
Thea.
Yeah, at 87, this is an excellent capture as it sits in front of us. And my fellow jurors have brought up some excellent points. My only extra area of concern is the bright spot at the top of the frame that keeps me from enjoying the story, and particularly the shadow that this man is making.
Julie.
I was at 85 for the positives and negatives mentioned. I'm trending up. The bright spot on the top, I think actually needs to be there to kind of show that's the reason for the long shadow, is the light kind of coming from that direction.
Yvonne, rebuttal.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Julie. Appreciate that. And we have to have the happiness that he's behind him, that he's going to be able to return to after he's confronted all of the sadness and loneliness in his heart. The rocks in the background, that's the obstacles you run into when you're trying to find your path through life. And sometimes the path is up and away. Sometimes it's right at your problems. I'm thinking also with his luggage he's carrying here, it has that feel of like Willie Loman from Death of the Salesman. He's trying to make all the right decisions, yet every once in a while he's considering just ending it all. So I'm probably not going to try to convince you to go into the exceptional category, but I think this is pretty well placed in superior. So
what's your score?
Same. I'm not changing it.
Okay, maintaining a 93. Judges, please rescore.
My keypad just died. Come on.
The anticipation.
I'm sorry. I'll log back in.
We all have tech troubles. It's okay. If we're talking high numbers, we'll allow it.
Come on. Cooperate.
There we go. 92.
Good challenge.
Next up, Simply Marvelous.
Hmm.
84. Yvonne.
Yeah, so
I'll
very
challenge
cheerful.
it.
Oh, sorry. We got a challenge. Was that Julie?
Yeah. I was at 85. I debated on even going a little higher into that excellent category. But I thought, the sharpness of this flower, where you can really look at the detail of every single petal on there. And I knew right where to look, right? I went right there. I didn't spend a lot of time in the stem, even though you have detail there too. So I just thought this was very well done.
Yvonne.
Sure. 84, top of the merit category. Very cheerful and bright. I love the little bit of lean to the stem. It has almost a very slight, sexy S curve to it. The fact that we've got two petals of two green leafy things on the stem are nice too, because it gives us the ability to kind of climb up those to get up to the flower.
Gena.
Yeah, I was in an 83. I agree. The flower itself is fantabulous. I just wish the background were either lighter or darker to really put that emphasis at that flower coming forward.
David.
Yeah, I was in an 83 and appreciate the beauty in the flower. It feels a little cut out to me. And there's some color toning going on that bottom leaf that seems like it's bleeding over from the background, maybe.
Thea.
Yeah, 84, squarely in the deserving of a merit category for all the positives. A couple concerns on the stem where I'm seeing a little bit of possible halation where this flower was possibly dropped into the background.
Julie, rebuttal.
Yeah, I mean, I'm struggling to see any halation. I do see a little bit of the little color shifts, but I don't think that's bleeding from the background. I think that's just organic coloration of the leaves. I mean, frankly, I just ate a bag of lettuce that looked just like that. So, so I think that's organic. I mean, literally just last night for dinner. So, yeah, I think this deserves the excellent category. I think actually most of the panel's already pretty close to getting there. So let's eke up there and put this in the excellent category. I'm going to be at an 87.
Challenger is changing their score to an 87. Judges, please rescore. '86. Standing tall. '91.
Challenge. I'm a category up in that exceptional category. Standing tall. This dog certainly standing tall and looking up, and just the lighting in the background giving us a really ethereal look. And I think all of everything that is out of focus really brings us right into this dog in the PowerPoint.
Julie.
I was at a 91, and I'm enjoying too that the natural vignetting of this image, it feels organic, that they're in this sort of dark forest. And I did wonder about the bokeh in the back. They're pretty bright back there. It was something that held me from going even higher.
Yvonne.
Superior category 92. Get lost in all this mist again, and then you look in those eyes. They're just so solemn and soulful looking, and moist and crisp. Yet we haven't, as dark as the world around him is, or her. I don't know. I'm bad with these things with the genders. I don't know. The eyes are still crispy and sharp. I love that.
Gena.
Yeah, I was in an 87, and I really, really, really wanted to jump on that other line, but I'm looking at the light in the eyes versus the God light from behind, and it just it didn't cohese for me. Now the image itself is quite lovely, but I'm trying to discover why we have this kind of cooler light across the dog's neck and shoulders, but this warm light behind, and the cool light on the feet too. I just wish it would just pop in that same color palette just a little bit more.
Thea, rebuttal.
You want mine?
Oh, I'm sorry. Holy cow. David.
I was right with one of my fellow jurors at an 87, partially due to the color of the light, the source for it. And I mean, there is one spot that there's two or three actually that almost look like sensor spots. I'm sure it's just bokeh, but and then a discolored one. And so I'm really struggling to stay with the subject.
All right. Thea, now rebuttal.
All right. Rebuttal. I think that this is deep into a Pacific Northwest forest where you do get filtered light that comes from all over the place. So that to me feels quite natural. the little specular bokeh spots, I think those are wet leaves. Where when you are deep in a forest in the Northwest, if it's been raining, you will get those speculars that are quite natural in the bokeh. And then as the sun is coming out and this dog is standing tall, I'm deeply into the story as it sits here in front of us. Uh, I I feel really strongly that this is at least a superior image, in definitely listening to the concerns of the judges. But hmm, yeah, I'm going to come down into that superior category into a 94, but this is an absolutely beautiful image.
Challenger changed their score to a 94. Judges, please rescore. "92. The Shape of Strength." "82. Yvonne?
Yeah, so it's great lines here. I mean, it's a well-known location, um, and there's a lot of cool places and a lot of bad places to photograph this building at. So you've done a nice job. The weathering on the building helps add texture and feel to it. So it's just very pleasing.
Thank you. "Tough Love." "79. Gena.
Challenge.
Oh, we got a challenge. Julie.
Yeah, I'm at an 82. I have like 17,000 balls that look just like this at my house. So first, I felt that I had a little bit of sentimental impact. So you reached me because we use these balls so hard at my house. They get batted, they get thrown with drills. And so to me, to capture this ball, most people might toss this away. And there's something sentimental that hit me about this. I think that there's enough focus to show what's going on with it, but also that fall off. I just thought it worked to get this into the merit.
Yvonne.
I was in the above average category, 77. It's a nice still life. Has a great feel of American heritage and sentimentality.
Gena.
I was at a 78. I love, don't get me wrong, crack, play ball. I love that. Just had some concerns on the back side of the ball. It looks like it's almost cratered, but not in the same kind of texture that you would have leather, like in that big blemish in the front. It feels a little bit too inorganic, like it's been cut a little bit. And then I had to struggle to figure out what the ball was setting on.
David.
Yeah, I was at a 78, primarily for things that I said. Also, there's some inconsistencies with focus, things that are sharp, and then right next to them, areas that are not sharp.
Thea.
Yeah, I was right there with the Challenger at an 82, and really appreciate the storytelling that's going on here. I think that the ball possibly is sitting on the mitt or the glove that uh, it, and the maker did a really good job in giving us the texture of the glove. And I really appreciate how we can see all of the stitching in the front, and the fall off in the back, I think is appropriate.
Julie, rebuttal.
Yeah, I think, the different textures and craters and blemishes in the ball are exactly what this is about. And, I can see that at one point in this where there's like a flap. And that's exactly how our balls look. So we beat the hell out of these things and we use them over and over and over again. We'd still use this ball, by the way. And I'm not sure what it's sitting on, but I actually kind of like it. I thought maybe it was like a track of dirt or something. I'm not 100% sure, but to me it didn't matter too much as long as there was something underneath it. So it works for me. I'm in an 82 in the merit.
Challengers maintaining 82. Judges, please rescore. 81. And we're going to continue through the rest of this category before our lunch break. Just giving you a little status update. Up next, colorful reflection. $80. Gena.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by this. I'm just sitting here trying to figure out what it was. I mean, I can tell it's metallic, but it just has so much texture and the reflections on it. I just enjoy it. Presentation stroke line, maybe a little overpowering. I'd tone that down a little bit.
Thank you. The last curtsy. $80. David.
Yeah, I like the form of the capture here with this leaning over into the light, which is really nicely done. The highlights on the vase itself are nice. I think it's a little dark in the shadow areas, and maybe tone down the highlights just a touch.
Thank you. Colorful family. $78. Thea.
Yeah, very interesting composition here with our tulips. I appreciate how the maker saw this. A couple things to consider is the gamut of the reds. It almost appears like we're losing detail in those reds. So watch your histogram and yeah.
Thank you. Blush of spring. $85. Julie.
Well, isn't this pretty? This definitely has such a nice painterly feel. It's very soft. So lovely. Look out for banding in the top right corner and in the bottom right hand corner. Those were pretty apparent to me quickly.
Thank you. Borrowed strength. David. There we go. 86.
Sorry, I didn't realize it hadn't gone through.
Oh, gotcha. 86. Okay. Yvonne.
Challenge.
Oh, all right. Thea.
I am a category higher at a 91, and I really appreciate the composition that's going on here. And even the little details of the stretch marks on her add to that storytelling where she's borrowing the strength from him.
Julie.
Yeah, I was an 88, so I'm pretty close. The storytelling is outstanding. And thank you for not editing out the stretch marks on her hip. That to me was part of the beauty and the charm of this woman that is needing that support. Where I didn't go a little higher because I wanted to was the man's skin tone just feels so muddy compared to hers. Hers feels so warm and lovely, and his just is very, very muted and muddy.
Yvonne.
84, top of the merit category. Loving the light on her hand and her face across the body. It's great that he's in almost full shadow, just a little fingertip kind of peeking out in the same light. I had a little trouble for the next category with her hair being so moppy on top of his head and face. I like that he's peeking out through it, and he kind of like, he's, an afterthought, but it just seems to really dominate him more than, I think if we had a little more personality from him, it could make it a little stronger story.
Gena.
When I was at an 86, I was just taken and savored and into this image. The storytelling alone, and I agree with the stretch marks. Where I had a concern is at the very edges where the sweep of the background goes down into the mat. It just gets really super dark on those edges. I wish it was just lightened up just a tiny bit.
David.
Yeah, I'm the low man on the totem pole here. I'm having trouble with his feet. They don't actually look like they're sitting on the ground to me. The shadowing it almost looks like it was applied. And it has already been mentioned, the kind of the muddy tones in his skin. And so, yeah, I'm listening and could certainly come up a little bit, but I'm struggling a little bit with the quality.
Thea, rebuttal.
All right, and rebuttal, we are so close there. The muddiness on him, I think that's actually part of Maker's choice to give us that storytelling. Can you repeat the title real quick?
Borrowed strength.
Yeah, so her skin tone it needs to be warmer and shining to borrow the strength from him. So having his skin be a little bit muddy works with that storytelling, as does having her hair really covering the majority of him. I do see his eyes and kind of giving us a little bit of a side eye. So that is really part of the storytelling, and how her skin just shines from that hand down to her face and the body. Then a little bit on the other concern I heard was on his feet. I do see grounding shadows, and they feel quite natural to me. I'm comfortable in the superior category. If the little edges that were mentioned by my fellow juror were fixed, I think we would be in the exceptional category. I feel comfortable staying at a 91.
Challenger maintains 91. Judges, please rescore. $90. Colors. $86. Julie?
Yeah, boy, does this have impact. Great, vibrant colors, beautiful lines, and just striking as all get out. I think where there's a little room for improvement is there are some dark lines following down that leaf right in the center left on the red that made me just stop and ask some questions. So that would be an area to look at.
Thank you. A Symphony in Bloom.
I'm sorry, I lost my keypad again.
It's right in front of you.
It was. Somebody stole it. All right, there we are.
85. Yvonne?
Sure. Yeah, lighting is really nice. The top light sometimes can be like have areas that are blown away, but all of the tops of these orchids are gorgeously done. Vignette, maybe pull back just a hair because I'm okay with it. Someone in the panel, someone will think it's too heavy.
Thank you. Purity. $81. Gena.
Yeah, beautiful work on the lighting on the flower itself and coming down the stem to give us just that little hint of mystery. Where I had some concerns is on the right-hand side going into that, toward that stroke line. I'm seeing a whole lot of banding / artifacting in there.
Thank you. It will give you a lift. $78. David?
Yeah, what an interesting subject to capture here. I'm assuming it's a motor of some kind, probably driving a hydraulic system. So interesting there. I think the blocked up shadows create some challenges with understanding the environment, where we're at.
Thank you. Renaissance romance. $78. Thea?
Yeah, I really appreciate the tonality the maker gave us, nice and soft here. A couple areas to consider is watch the little bit of light leaks, especially at the bottom camera left.
Thank you. Some light chaos.
Sunlight.
Some, S-O-M-E.
Okay, some light.
Correct. $83. Julie?
Yeah, this has a lot of impact as it comes up. I mean, I certainly asked the question, what is this? But then, I got to say, it's just really, really mesmerizing. It's good to get lost into. I moved all around the image. And the one thing I'd say be careful of is the high contrast is great, but you do lose detail in a couple of these pieces. So just look around and be careful for that.
Thank you. Khmer craftsmanship 1,000 years ago. $77. Yvonne?
So interesting, the threes. As humans, we love our odds. To always do something, a single, a 3, or a 5. It is difficult to appreciate the quality of the artwork done here by the original maker. The lighting is not, it's not dramatic enough to draw me in and appreciate the art piece.
Thank you. Labor in small reverence. $77. Gena?
Yeah, interesting subject here. I'm guessing with the term small reverence that it has an Asian influence. Cute little subject, but my eye is drawn to that upper left-hand corner where the brightest part of it is those yellows. And then it took me a while to try to figure out what this little thing was sitting in.
Thank you. The oyster of my eye. $80. David?
Yeah, I really appreciate this. The color palette between those purples and oranges to me is really amazing. The center focus with that circular plate, I mean, it all kind of works together. Challenges maybe this upper left and right corners, which are a bright yellow, makes it really difficult to stay focused on that center element.
Thank you. Chromatic drifters. $81. Thea.
Yeah, really cool color palette here. And the title really brings us into the storytelling here. A couple things to watch out for is focus. If there was a little bit more focus in the yarn, I think that this could really sail into the next category.
Thank you. Pomegranates and prose. '81. Julie?
Yeah, this is a really nice image with good color harmony with the reds and the dark tones. It does look like it's tilting a little bit to the left, and in general, the composition has so much headroom. So I just think play with that tilt in composition.
Wonderful, thank you. Poppy Delight. '79. Yvonne.
Love the inner glow on it. It's a different way of presenting the flower. Just maybe come back a little bit on the density on the green in the center.
Thank you. And that concludes our fine art category. We're going to take a 30-minute lunch break. So we've got 30 minutes that will be coming back here. So we'll see you for round 2 when we get back. There we are. Welcome back, everybody. We are finishing up on the second half of our image competition. We are going to be entering into the natural portrait category. This is where images are the primary subject as a person or people. They should highlight the natural personality of the subject with minimum stylization. Up first, Old World Charm. '83. Gena?
Yeah, lovely image and beautiful short loop lighting to really kind of give this man's face even more dimension. Nice color coordination with the golds and the grays. The only suggestion I have is maybe lighten up that vignetting at the bottom just a tiny bit because it graduates off really quickly.
Thank you. Game on. '80. David?
Yeah, nice capture there straight into the eyes. Helps us focus clearly on the subject matter. I think it's a little bright in the background, and it keeps me wanting to go out and up instead of staying focused in the center.
Thank you. Snowblower. '77. Thea?
Really cool composition, and intent here is really, really nice. A couple areas of improvement, I think, is in the highlights. The snow in her hands is really blown out, and there appears to be noise everywhere.
Thank you. Native Guardian. '81. Julie?
Yeah, I really like the composition in black and white tones for this image. Where it didn't go higher for me was the highlights in the wood, the branches that he's standing on are really high. And the posing, he starts to look like a little bit of an amputee where he's lost his left leg coming out of the short, just the way that's posed and the angle of the capture.
Thank you. Looking Blue. '80. Yvonne?
Great senior portrait here. Nice close up. Feels very, very intimate being this close to the subject. Concern is a little bit too much of the main light in the eye itself. You kind of losing a lot of that pupil.
Thank you. From Strong Roots. Yvonne?
Oh, sorry. Right. How about now?
78. Gena?
Yeah, big, beautiful family. Such some absolutely wonderful expressions out of them. My main concern was two things: is everyone has kind of a blue quality across them because of the off left light, and then the horizon line, especially on the guy in the far right, the water appears to be going downhill.
Thank you. Engaged and Amazed.
My score pad went gray.
Can you try refreshing? Oh, there we go. It went through. Excellent. '82. David?
Yeah, so really captivating image. Love the looks on their faces. It's clear what they're focused on. So great job with that. Uh, I think something that would help would be in the background on the left. I'm not sure what's going on there, but you have this really nice soft background and then suddenly a lot of information.
Thank you. He insisted.
Hmm.
'81. Thea.
Yeah, really cute storytelling here. Not sure who's less impressed, the dog or the human here. I do appreciate that quite a bit. I think to improve upon this image a little bit is watch the hot highlights on his nose, his forehead, and the bridge of the nose on the dog.
Thank you. Sunset Dreams. '78. Julie.
Yeah, I appreciate the golden tones of this image and the highlights in her hair from that sun. Overall, though, there's not a whole lot in the image that has a lot of details, and it is tilted to the left.
Thank you. My grandmother's wedding dress. '85. Yvonne.
Beautiful pose on her. The right from the knees up to the top of the wrist where it's bent. The fingers have a little gap between them. A lot of care has been taken into making sure the subject comes out beautiful here. The mat, cut some of it down. Give us more of this beautiful scene.
Thank you. My Quiet Company. '80. Gena.
Oh yeah, really enjoy the atmosphere with this image, with this kind of cloudy, icky sort of kind of day, and yet the warmth of the horse, the cowboy's chaps, and his the dog's kind of warm tones. Um, I'm the only thing I could make a suggestion is maybe tone down that turquoise just a little bit in between the stirrup and the belly strap.
Thank you. Encircled Elegance. '86.
Can I challenge that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I have this at an 87, but I'm really hating myself for scoring it that low right now. I think this has such an old Hollywood kind of feel, but like a Louise Rayner, and I know you guys may not know who that is, but very beautiful 1920s styling, and with this ballet skirt or whatever's underneath, just to give us more rounding with the hair and in the frame. I think I'm low at 87.
All right. David.
Well, I'm at an 86, and as I'm keying that in, I'm going, you know, maybe I'm missing something here. I think something that might keep me from going a little higher is the upper left part of the skirt is pretty muddy. I love the details we have in the bottom and on the right, but that upper left gets really kind of mushy.
Thank you. I was at 84 at the high end deserving of a merit category. The subject, perspective, and angle, all absolutely fantastic. Love the sculpting that's going there. Getting a little bit thrown off by the really deep, dark matte in an otherwise pretty high key, light and bright image. It's pulling me out of the face just a little bit, but definitely listening to my fellow jurors on this one. Julie.
Oh, thank you. I wasn't sure where I fell anymore.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I was at 89 for this image, top of that excellent category, and I wanted to go higher. I started to feel though like she had a little bit of helmet head, and the hair gets awfully dark and loses detail on that camera right side, and the color shift between shoulders. Like when I look on the left, I've got this white creamy skin, and I get it. The right side's on the shadow side, but it's just such a giant delta. I feel like maybe a little fill light could have gotten that to the next category for me.
Thank you. Yvonne.
86 in the excellent category. Same concern, the triangle of darkness on one side of the hair, but I'm super enjoying the skin on this girl. Makes almost like a heart shape with her arms and her elbows. A minor thing to consider, it's tough using a circular pinstripe when we're dealing with square pixels on a monitor. So maybe it's just me getting this, and let me know if anyone else is seeing this, but the circle itself gets jagged in certain areas and you get the kind of stair step. I don't know if maybe a slightly wider pinstripe would help break that up a little bit or fuzz it out or something.
Thank you. Gena, rebuttal.
All right. I'm going to address a few of these things. I said the helmet head, she has very, very, very beautiful. I almost think this is a wig. I'm not sure, but I mean, it is just gelled down to the point of having that luminescent shine to it. Talking about the graying on that side, I didn't even notice until you said it, and it still doesn't bother me. This reminds me of the 1920s and Busby Berkeley when he used to bring the camera down real up and then just zoom down on these dancers' faces and create all these beautiful geometric patterns. So for me, I think I was super low at 87. I'm going to be raising my score to a 92.
Challenger is changing their score to a 92. Judges, please rescore. $91. Puddle jumper.
Oh, sorry.
79. David?
Yeah, I really enjoyed this. Look on his face, looking at that puddle and making sure he clears up the mud on the bottom of the boot. Just a wonderful capture of a young child at play. I believe a couple of points that I would make. One is the puddle is really bright. Toning that down would help. There's haloing going on around the subject, and the blue key line way away from the edge of the image is a distraction.
Thank you. Look into these eyes. $83. Thea?
Yes, a beautiful young lady here. Those eyes are so incredibly beautiful. Great title for this image. I think a couple things to consider to elevate it would be a little bit more retouching on her skin where we're seeing some pores, I think would be helpful, and a little bit on her lips, and then possibly consider a different key line so it doesn't pop me out of the image.
Thank you. Autumn rides. $82. Julie.
Yeah, this is such a happy scene, and everybody that I want in focus and with light on them has all of that. So really, really well done. And I think if anything, it might be nice just to add just a really small level of vignetting around the edges, just to continue driving us into the center.
Thank you. On the Edge of Forever. 81. Yvonne. Or are you muted, Yvonne?
Yes, I was. Sorry, I keep
Okay.
coughing, keep muting myself. Yes, beautiful location. Nice choice of placing them between the rocks like that. I'm seeing a bit of a halo around the gentleman's face, maybe mostly so around his forehead. So if that's part of a artwork thing, adjusted. If not, still adjusted.
Thank you. Sisterly bonds. $79. David.
Yeah, so immediately drawn into the brightest spot there in the middle with their faces. I would tone down the little girl's shoulders some. I think that would help keep us in the center, and feels a little over processed. I know it's supposed to be painted, but the skin is a little too plastic.
Thank you. Pretty in pink. $77. Thea.
Oh, look at this beautiful little girl smiling at us. I think a little bit more lighting on on her face could help us really enjoy her, and also consider toning down that background.
Thank you. Working friendship. $82.
I'm
Julie?
getting all the cowboy images. And I love the clarity on the cowboy. You can see every detail in that denim jacket. Love the connection between the cowboy and the dog. So really, really well done with the storytelling. The brightest part of the image is that background. It's so vibrant. Those bright yellow trees probably need to be brought down just a hair to go higher.
Thank you. Hunter's pause. $82. Yvonne.
So what a wonderful location. So often you end up seeing hunters in pictures, they're, at waist level or down on top of them. But here we have this young man who's stalking some prey and stops for a moment to look over into the scenery. So it's a really nice slice of life here. The brown mat, try an alternate color. Brown isn't always the most pleasing.
Winter doesn't tame her. $80. Gena.
Yeah, beautiful young lady, beautiful scenery, making me kind of cold just looking at it. I think the maker did a good job of keeping the whites from being blown out. But for me, the hand and the face feels a little forced for a pose, feels a little static, and smile doesn't quite reach her eyes as much as it does her mouth.
Thank you. Feels like home. $83.
Challenge.
Got a challenge from Julie.
Yeah, I have this in an 87 in the excellent category. The connection between the mom and her son certainly hits home for me. It's a beautiful black and white toned image here, and I just really appreciate the posing where they're connected in as many ways possible.
Yvonne.
81 Merritt. I'm enjoying the story here where he's on the verge of becoming a young man, and she's sensing that, and the tenderness there really comes through. It's a bit hot on his face compared to hers, and her pointy finger nail is pretty hot also.
Gena.
I had this in 82. I think the relationship from the middle of the chest up between them is just so stunning. I do think her hand showing most of the back. It's almost like I wish the hands were switched, where hers was underneath and his was on top, like that, to really bring that in. And I think maybe turning her body into his to give us just a little bit more separation would have been a little bit more posing pleasing.
David.
80, and it's been said.
Thea.
Yeah, 86. I also was in that excellent category. I really appreciate the posing as it sits in front of us. I think uh, uh, the hand on him from her is really telling that story of how he feels like home, and then him leaning into her also gives us that beautiful storytelling. His bright face is, I think, part of that story, that he is the one that's feeling like home, and he's a preteen, so he may not necessarily want to admit that she feels like home, but I think that deep down inside he does.
Julie, rebuttal.
Yeah, thank you, Thea, for that. Really describing the storytelling and tying it back to feeling like home. And home really is where your favorite people are. And so I do think that the storytelling's here. Now, in the posing on the hands, I just wanted to say I actually considered that as well. I thought, oh, I wish the hands were switched. And then I thought, no, I don't. I think that he's growing into a young man and now he's supporting her arm. And so I think that him leaning on her, but then him supporting her arm, to me, it all sort of intertwines and meshes and creates this basic perfection for this portrait for mom and son. Boy, I'd hang this on this would be on my mantle all day long if this was me and my son. If some of the other things were fixed, I'd be up in, way higher categories. But excellent categories where this belongs. I'm in an 87, but actually I think I'm going to go to an 88.
All right. Challengers changing score to an 88. Judges, please rescore. 87. What we left with. $80. David?
I have to appreciate a couple of things about it. One is the creativity. Not sure who thought this up, but it really grabs you when it first pops up. Honestly, I think that the mat is not the same all the way around, and that creates a little bit of a challenge for me. And then if you really want to go further, get them all in some matching footwear, and then we're good.
Thank you. The next act. $82. Thea.
What a handsome young man. I really appreciate how the maker really lit him so nicely and placed him into the scene here. That it could easily be a senior picture that any mom would love. A couple things to consider. For a print competition, I think that having the mat be the same size all the way around could be helpful. And then also within the scene itself, possibly tone down some of those theater lights.
Thank you. Bloom Becoming. $87.
Challenge.
Got a challenge from David.
Yes, I'm at 91 in the superior category, and almost went a little higher. I think this is absolutely stunning. Every part of it speaks to elegance. The presentation has slight texture in it, the key line with a double stroke with a little bit of separation, but none of that keeps me from the wonderful texture in those flowers, that ginger hair with the tones in her face. I really, this is an amazing portrait.
Thea.
Yeah, I agree with all the positives in this image. Her face is flawless, and really appreciate the headpiece, how it's been lit. I think my only struggle is the shirt that she's wearing underneath that tulle dress.
Julie.
Yeah, I was at 85, so I made it into that excellent category. I struggle with a couple things. One is that black underneath the dress just fell so far out of key. I did want to mention, though, for the positives, fire and ice. That hair and her eyes, absolutely stunning. The presentation does cause a problem for me, and especially because of the dark vignetting in the corners. So you go with this dark vignetting, which is supposed to kind of keep you into the image, and then it's up against that bright white inner matte, and then and into the cream, which I was trying to figure out what does that match, and I thought, oh, okay, maybe the headpiece, but since she's wearing white, white versus cream versus, it started to feel really chaotic. So actually, that presentation did detract a lot for me.
Yvonne.
89, top of the excellent category. I did actually slip down from a 91 in superior because of the vignette, and then especially that against the harsh next inner whitish matte made a lot of attention grabbing away from just the beauty of the alabaster skin.
Gena.
I was at 83. I had very large concerns about the black undershirt and the vignetting and the presentation. So while I think it's stunning and she's just a beautiful creature, those little things that all add up to keep me in merit, but out of the superior or even superior category because of those choices.
Thank you. David, rebuttal?
Yeah, I mean, I hear what's being said, and I see the vignette could be considered a little strong. That did not prevent me, though, from looking at this and just staying focused on her. To me, the color tone of that kind of inner matte, if you will, matches kind of the light pinks that you see in some of the flowers. I think that's where that came from. The key lines are more closely related to that wonderful color of her hair. I'm not bothered by the dark undershirt. To me, it almost kind of helps frame with that coming up to the left on her shoulder, camera left. Kind of helps frame her a little bit on the face, and a little bit of grounding since we're missing part of her her arms and stuff. So I really enjoy this image, and again, to me, the matte presentation is a stylistic choice that they've made. The title is very strong. The look in those eyes with that hair. So I'm very comfortable in the superior category, and I'll keep my score there at a 91.
Challenger maintains 91. Jurors, please rescore. '89. Quiet wisdom. '80. Julie.
Yeah, I think this is such a character. It's clear that this is a character. A great job capturing him and getting all the detail in that beard. I think where it could improve is, one is the hand sort of comes out of nowhere. It gets so dark on the bottom, and then you have this dark sleeve, and it matches the dark background. So then all of a sudden you just have this fist sort of come out of nowhere, and that can be solved either with some detail in the shadows or some room in the composition.
Thank you. Quiet confidence. '81. Yvonne.
Great open-bodied pose. The vertical head being so strong like that is balanced nicely with the lighting coming across. The right foot is so far forward though that it's actually his foot is bigger than his head.
Thank you. Gena. Oh, excuse me. I skipped ahead. Looking back. 83. Gena.
Yes, love me some cowboys. Love this kind of feel. The horse is rendered so beautifully. He is rendered so beautifully, and the touch of his hand across the bottom of the bridle just reinforces their relationship together. The only things that I would really make a suggestion on is that raincoat in the back that is screaming yellow, and the highlight under camera left or his right cheek gets really super bright. Maybe tone that down just a tiny bit.
Thank you. All I see is you. 79. David.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this image. I love the interplay between the two of them. Obviously, they're very well connected. A couple of points. Maybe that water's a little bright in the background. There's a halo around his face, and the key line being essentially middle of the presentation makes me want to keep looking out there.
Thank you. The Stand. 80. Thea?
Very powerful pose here for this woman. I could see this as a corporate headshot. A couple things to possibly improve upon is darken down that sky just a little bit and the E in Kent, and that way she will be a little bit brighter than everything else, and the focus should be on her.
Thank you. Mountain Lake Morning. 84. Julie?
Challenge.
Oh, we got a challenge. Was that Thea?
Yes, it
Okay.
is. I'm a category up. I think that this is more than a merit. I really appreciate the lighting on both her and the horse, and the way that they are looking to the left, bringing us in from the right is really nice and giving us a nice composition.
Julie?
Yeah, I was an 86 and I almost challenged. I did not, because I started to look at the top of the mountain ridge and started to feel like maybe there was a little halation there, and wasn't sure. So
Yvonne?
82 merit category. Beautiful lighting across the animal and into her face. The animal's butt is a little hot though, but then the grass behind the animal's dark again, so it's kind of inconsistent there.
Gena?
Yeah, I was at an 81. I think definitely deserving merit. It's a great composition for the horse and rider, with all those beautiful purple mountain majesty kind of feel, and the gorse in the back. And some horses, especially paint pintos, they do get more of a red sheen across their hind end for some reason. I just see that as this gelding has that problem.
David?
Yeah, I was at 83, deserving of a merit. Certainly a nice capture with both of them looking the same direction. The lighting is a little uneven, and I can appreciate that. I do see haloing around that camera right front leg of the horse on the right side, a little bit on the left, and there's a hole between her and the pommel that seems to have a brighter tone than should be there if it was properly looking through to the backside.
Thank you. Thea?
Well, I'm now seeing those technical issues, and I I hope that the maker is listening so they can get this into that next category. As it sits in front of us, I still believe in the merit, so I'm going to come down to an 84.
Challenger changes their score to an 84. Judges, please rescore. '83. Where silence hunts. '77. Julie.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting storytelling with that title, Silence Hunts. And I, tried to kind of figure out what was going on. And I got lost there trying to figure out the story because I can't see anything about this guy. And the details are lost in the blacks and the shadows. So I just want to know more, maybe see his face, something that tells me, or back up, zoom out, something that tells me a little more about the environment or the man that is the center of interest.
Thank you. I'll stand by you. '82. Navon.
Interesting posing by having them back into the corner and Mom's still there by her side defending her. Maybe a little more light on the lower portion of the Mom's legs.
Thank you. A boy and his dirt. '78. Gena.
Oh, I remember those days. My grandson coming home looking just like this and just mud everywhere and killing washing machines. There's a sweet story of this little boy. He's got the most beautiful eyes. But I really want to see a little bit more of his environment. I mean, I know he's got mud in his hands, mud on his shirt, and we have a dirtier background, but I really wish just a little bit more like what he was sitting in.
Thank you. Pink raspberry.
Mm-hmm.
'84. David.
Yeah, love this capture with the heart-shaped bowl that this baby's in. Great treatment on the lights. It gets a little muddy and soft up there at the top edge of the blanket. I think I would focus on that a little bit.
Thank you. That concludes the natural portrait category. We're now going to start in the creative category. These are conceptual or imaginative works that use stylization, image manipulation, and compositing to create a visual narrative. Conceptual or imaginative works that use I just repeated that twice. Okay. Put it on there twice. I'll read anything. Okay. Starting up first, we've got Double Vision. '82. Thea.
Yeah, this is really creative, and I appreciate how the maker gave us a kind of a flipped double exposure, and really appreciating the eye contact that we have from the main subject. Couple areas of improvement: when you have double exposures like this, watch the highlights as they get really hot, especially there on that basketball.
Thank you. Through the Arches. '80. Julie.
Yeah, this is a really cool image where you've found a good center of interest, looking through this archway. So a couple things to be careful about are some of those flares are like in the top, the middle and in the bottom right are pretty significant. And it also feels like it's tilting to the left a bit.
Thank you. Rust in Peace. $79. Yvonne.
Yeah, so it's a great found location. The pinstripe has a see-through effect through it. That's not really adding much to your final presentation.
Thank you. Presence Without Form. $77. Gena.
Yeah, beautiful color palette. I really enjoy mixing those three colors and a little bit more in there. Really creates a very angelic kind of feel about it. But I didn't have anywhere to land as far as focus went. Everything felt a little soft and a little blurry.
Thank you. Flow. $86.
Challenge.
Got a challenge from Gena.
Gotcha. And I think I might be a tiny bit low. I have this at a 90. Ooh, in the superior category. I mean, I just look at the flowers themselves and they're absolutely stunning. All the vein work and all the little details in there. And then you have this, I don't know whether it's smoke or it's milk or whatever, this kind of pouring down and kind of falling into it, this kind of foggy feel. Just really makes me feel like it's almost like the creation of these images. So I think the composition and creativity is done very well, as well as the storytelling.
David.
Yeah, I had this at an 82, deserving of a merit. I understood this was probably being approached as more of an artistic piece, but I really struggle with the varying treatments that I'm seeing, where parts of these flowers look extremely sharp with, grit and even little tiny dots and stuff in it, and then other parts appearing painted. So the technique appears to be applied some places and not in others. So I really struggle with that. Certainly worthy of a merit, but concerned about moving higher.
Thea.
Yeah, 89, and I think I am low as I heard the challenge speak to this image. I think it's dry ice flowing through here, which is giving us the little bit of droplets and then the smoke. It is so dreamy. I am certainly listening to that rebuttal.
Julie.
That is an 88, an excellent category, and love the image. Started to struggle with the presentation. The stroke line color doesn't really tie back very well, and in fact pulled me out. And I'm, I think the color harmony then starts to go into question for me. Overall, though, very pleasing image.
Yvonne.
81, merit category. Enjoying all the soft mists and all the motion of it pouring from one flower into the other. But then the matte is almost like a dirty purple. I think a richer, more vibrant one or a darker one would help enhance that. And then the photorealistic portions of the petals versus the ethereal other parts just contrast in a bad way for me.
Gena, rebuttal.
All right. So I guess it's going to impact people differently as far as this goes. Now, presentation, yeah. As far as like, I understand where y'all are coming from. It's not my favorite in the whole world. But man, when I look at that image, I just want to wallow around inside these flowers and figure out what exactly is causing that, because it's very organic, whatever they've got in there. I enjoy that kind of painterly creation, but yet still keeping those lines almost like oil pencil lines. So for me, the whole feel about this is very ethereal, very dreamy, very being born kind of feel. If the presentation were a little bit more in key, I would probably be even higher in the exceptional category, because this is just so tastefully and artistically done. I am happy with my 90.
Okay, challenger maintains at 90. Judges, please rescore. 89. Summer flow. Summer harvest. I'm sorry, I can't read. Summer harvest. 81. David?
Yeah, very creative use here of I'm assuming some after capture blurring to give us these horizontal fields that are similar, to a crop. So appreciate that. I think the top right is really bright, and it kept pulling me away from the interesting texture.
Thank you. Devotion in balance. 81. Thea?
Yeah, really cool composition here between these two dancers. And again, nice styling or nice style choice to give us an almost underprinted look. One thing to consider when presenting such a soft image is to get a key line that is more in key with the rest of the image, and also that presentation. Dark black really is fighting the beautiful image within.
Thank you. A tonal arrangement. 80. Julie?
Yeah, this almost feels like a reportage piece where you've captured this street scene. They're in the middle of playing, but I go right into the guy in the middle with the catch lights in his eyes, and then I wander around to the other musicians. And so enjoy the composition. I think that the main thing is that this is a little flat lit. I get it. You're outside. This is a street environment shot. But at the end of the day, it's lacking just a little dimension.
Thank you. Edge of the overlook. 81. Yvonne?
So beautiful textures added to the back of the bird's body and head and everything, and the branch. I don't know if you need that green palm looking thing sticking out. I'm not even sure if it's the same type of tree.
Thank you. Born of dust and dreams. 78. Gena?
Oh, I love me some horses too, obviously. I think the maker really went with something unique and unusual to really kind of add that holy day powder in. I think that's really kind of cool. For me, the lighting across all the girls is so flat. And their bodies, primarily are fairly on straight, so there's very little dimension. And styling is everything, even with a composite type. I want that hair looking nice because the horses all look fantabulous.
Thank you. Homeless house. 78. David?
Yeah, I was really taken with this when it first came up. I love the black and white treatment. I think it works well for this kind of old abandoned place. Um, I think the texture that was added doesn't necessarily add to it.
Thank you. Horse, rider, purpose. $82. Thea.
Yeah, very decisive moment of capture here that the maker was able to get, and to get down and really be at eye level with these subjects is really, really great. I think a couple things to consider in the processing. The background bokeh and separation looks a tiny bit over processed, particularly on camera left, where we've got that railing and going into the cow. It almost feels like there's a little bit of halation.
Thank you. Drift lines and daydreams. $77. Julie.
Yeah, this is such a bright, vibrant image, and it took me a minute to figure out what was going on. First, I thought there was a Photoshop line going down the center, and then I was like, oh, no, that's the kite string, and all the tails are hanging off of it. So I just wanted to say that it took me a minute to even get it. I think where this could use improvement is in the composition. So basically, the entire image is on the left side, and there's really nothing happening on the right side. So it just felt sort of out of symmetry.
Thank you. Impact. $82. Yvonne.
Yeah, nice moment here. We've got the orb bouncing back up out of the water. It is a little ovalized, which I don't know if that happened during post or not. It's possible squished from just the way the ball was. But if you intended to do this as a vertical like you did, I would reconsider and put it back to horizontal.
Thank you. Reflections of time. $80. Gena.
Yeah, very cool, interesting take on a modern versus Gothic kind of feel, and yet there's like a 1950s building feeling behind it. I mean, it's just a good juxtaposition. Yeah, it's I don't know, but I have some concerns about all the green in the windows. I mean, I expect the grit on one side, but not necessarily all over it, with some of the highlights, especially on the left within the windows.
Thank you. Be the light in a world full of darkness. $84.
Challenge.
Got a challenge.
I was at an 87, and frankly, this makes me want this as a hat. I don't know why I haven't worn one of these before. So I just love that we have, kind of lighting coming from the right, that's hitting, the nose and mouth. I just think all of that was really set up sort of perfectly. I could see detail all through the blacks, all the way down through the skirt, even on the dark side. I think I have enough information that gives me the story. Really enjoying this.
Yvonne.
84, top of the merit for all the quirkiness and the beautiful lighting, and the hand pose is kind of neat. Wish the hat, let's call it, was a little more on center though on her.
Gena.
81. I love me some weird, and this is definitely super cool and weird. For me, it's that left hand side where that skirt just kind of falls into nothingness right there, that I have some concerns, as well as some of the black, just nothing there in the front of her nose on the lampshade.
David.
Yeah, I was at 84 for what's been stated.
Thea.
Yeah, 86 in the excellent category. This has a very old feel to it, with that hand posing the way it is, and then a little bit of modernity with the lampshade. I really am intrigued by this, and it has great impact for me.
Julie, the rebuttal.
Yeah, I think, it definitely has impact. The word quirky was mentioned. I also enjoy the hand posing that was mentioned as well. As far as the skirt falling off into nothingness, I think that's appropriate for this image. Sometimes that works for an image and sometimes it doesn't. And I think for this one, because of the quirkiness and the highlight of really wanting to come in and focus on that nose and mouth underneath the lampshade, I just think this just straight up works. I don't think this is a merit. I think it's excellent. So I'm an 87. Hope you'll join me.
Judge maintains 87. Jurors, please rescore. 87. Having a ball on the bridge. $83.
Challenge.
We got a challenge. David?
Yeah, I'm at 90 in the superior category. I'm really drawn into this. I appreciate the treatment of it, the very high key, all of the abstract geometry that's in here, the mirroring between the ball and what's above it. So, talk me out of it, because I'm really enjoying this.
Thea.
Yeah, I was just into the merit category for this image. It is definitely intriguing, definitely almost abstract like, and I appreciate all of that. What held me from going any higher is the little bit of specks within the ball, and then the really hot highlights in the bokeh.
Julie.
Yeah, I was at an 80 as well. And yeah, the really hot, very bright bokeh, and also just the softness of the edges on the ball. It seems to me like the lens ball should be kind of sharp all the way around. It just felt like a little bit of a miss there.
Yvonne.
83 merit category, it's been said.
Gena.
83 for what's been said, but also if you look at the top left of the ball near one of those bright bokehs, like right there at the arch, it's not round anymore. It's almost kind of squared flat off the top. So, just little inconsistencies.
David, rebuttal.
Okay, well, I'm seeing what you guys are talking about. I think the bright, specular, blown out highlights are on purpose. I think that there was no worry about that. It was more about the symmetry, the geometry. I do appreciate that there are soft edges on the ball in places. I think that's just by nature the way the light is refracted through the edges of it. And certain areas you can have a sharp edge, and others you will not. Longer I look at it, though, I do see the specks in the dark areas on the ball. That could be cleaned up a little bit. And then there's a discoloration on the left, a couple of spots that don't fit in with the rest of it. So I will be lowering my score to an 85.
Challenger is changing the score to an 85. Judges, please rescore. 83. My horse, Sparky. $79. Thea? Oh, are you muted?
I apologize for
Yeah.
that. A very interesting take on this structure here. And I really appreciate how the maker was able to capture all the sparks. In the future, consider darkening down that foreground so we can really stay within the sparks of on the structure.
Thank you. And that concludes the creative category. We're going to take a 5-minute break. So we'll see everybody back in 5 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We are now starting the landscape category. And landscape are images that are capturing the beauty and mood of natural or urban environments. Post processing is allowed as long as the final image remains true representation of the actual scene captured. Up first, Sentinels of Time. '80. Julie?
Yeah, this is, oh yeah, this is a gorgeous landscape. And I love that we've got, sun on the center, sun on that peak on the right. So lots to love here. I do think there's a little bit of haloing going around the ridges. So if you zoom in, you can check a little closer there and make sure all that's nabbed and cleaned up.
Thank you. The Crossing. '81. Yvonne.
Yeah, great placement. The subject waiting for you crossing halfway through this river. Nice still lake in the background is awesome.
Thank you.
That's the way it is.
Starry Sedona. '80 with a majority challenge.
I'll take it.
All right, David.
And I hate to be the one taking it, challenging down, but I have this at a 76, and the magenta tones that pop up throughout the foreground, I'm not sure how they're actually working. The sky feels like maybe it's been dropped in, I guess. And if we're going to use a starry background, I would use one with sharp stars instead of little trails.
Thank you. Thea.
Originally at an 82 for this image. I appreciate the sky. I do think it's a natural capture, but I am looking closely at that foreground and possibly trending down.
Julie.
Yeah, I just didn't get on my mute button fast enough, but I was at an 84 for this image, mostly because I was captivated by the balance between, or the contrast between the blue sky and the warm rock. And at the end of the day, I felt like the center of this image was magical. Now, I didn't go higher because I did feel like the foreground was too dark, but there is enough information in that bottom right area. You can see the magenta of the trees, and the different kind of tones of the leaves and the grasses. So there's a little bit of information missing in the middle, but I thought there was just enough considering this was likely a long exposure.
Yvonne.
Yeah, 78 above average category, primarily for all the beauty there on the red rock itself, nicely lit up. The light painting that's been done here in the foreground, I'm assuming this is all maker's choice to add this magenta lighting to the foreground and to the yucca plant and parts of the grasses. That probably explains to me then why the sky is blue at night instead of being dark black like it typically would be. This is meant to be more of a fantasy feel. I'm kind of convincing myself to go up at this point.
Gena.
I was at a 78 for the negatives that have been stated, but I also fought a lot with that the magenta and then that brown stroke. And instead of wanting to stand this, the beauty, especially the light pollution, on the left hand side of whatever, I guess the lights of the town or whatever, my eye keeps getting drawn back into that bush and that stroke line going around.
David, the rebuttal.
Okay, sounds like we're scattered a little bit here. So I'm going to focus back in on a couple of things. One is as was mentioned, perhaps light painting, and I can see where that would impact the foreground. I'm not sure why we would have magenta in one particular area, and then the same bush would have some magenta and some not. So that feels inconsistent to me. I'm not sure also how we're getting such a brightly painted mesa here in the front of us. And if I look, there's like fuzz or very soft kind of out of focus around the points of those. There's some haloing to the left along the horizon line. And there's also a slight glow around some of the brighter stars, like maybe there was a focus issue. So I'm really kind of fighting with all of this being part of a single scene. So anyway, I'm at a 76 in the above average category, and that's where I'll stay.
Challenger maintains 76. Judges, please rescore. $78. Soft rock. $79 with a majority challenge.
I'll take it.
All right, Julie.
Yeah, I was in 82. I thought that lines looked straight. Enjoy the story of this. I love the title, Soft Rock. With the rocking chair, and I think the wood does look soft, and the treatment just sort of works here. And I think the presentation's done really well.
Yvonne.
75 above average, just lacked impact for me.
Gena.
78, not only the impact, but right dead center, that line that runs down from the window. Everything else is so sharp and deep in its dimension, and it just kind of goes flat right there.
David.
I was in an 80. I appreciated the architectural kind of elements with the squares and the texture and the wood tones.
Thea.
Yeah, 81. Our eye tends to like odd numbers, and we've got the rocking chair, the window, and the door in a really interesting composition. I do see the line that my fellow juror mentioned, and I see that as part of the uneven wood that fits into the scene.
Thank you. Julie, rebuttal.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It does feel like, this is sort of an old scene with sort of some old panels. You can see on the bottom right of the image, those panels are sort of dirty and uneven too. And I feel like maybe some of these panels could be like lifted and therefore present differently in terms of sharpness. So that's the way I was explaining it away for myself. And so, yeah, I'm at an 82. I think this is deserving of a merit.
Remaining at 82. Judges, please rescore. 80. Gull Games.
Can you repeat the title?
Gull Games. Gull Games.
Aha, thank you.
$85. Gena.
Yeah. Ooh, okay, give me just a second. I can actually hear this image, and when you can make me hear it and feel it, you got me right there. I think the beauty that's going on in here is fabulous. I enjoy even that mist that's coming off on the bottom right. I wish there was just a little bit more oomph right there in that lighthouse, but it's a beautiful, beautiful image.
Thank you. Touched by Snow. $78. David?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this. I think I think the central placement of this primary element lit by the sun is well done. I believe I would bring down it's very crunchy everywhere else, and that tends to pull me away from that central element.
Thank you. Spokane Skyscrape. excuse me, Spokane skyscape.
I was trying to make sense of it. Thank you.
Yep. I went to public school. 79. Thea.
Yeah, really interesting long exposure here with the car trails leading us right through the scene of Spokane. So really nicely composed here. I think what could assist the maker in elevating this image is watch the highlights, particularly in the background and then on that clock tower.
Thank you. Title imprint. $85. Julie?
Yeah, I'm always jealous of photographers that have the wherewithal to see this scene and know they need to capture it. Appreciate the fragile stroke line going around too that brings us back to the image. So good job there. As far as room for improvement, I just think we've got this diagonal, and we could think about maybe cropping or recomposing just a little bit, playing a little bit to see what might happen if we don't get taken straight out of the diagonal of the image in the corner.
Thank you. Cultivated light. $83.
I'll challenge that.
All right. Gena.
Yeah, I am this right up there in the excellent category, 86. So many times we see lavender fields and they're lavender, I mean, they're truly that blue purple. But in this, we have all this Tuscan kind of atmosphere around it with the sky and then the sun beating down and the little dusty motes, right there in the dirt, beside it. Beautifully thought processed in order to keep lines and keep them going backward without going absolutely straight. So, we create that dimension of going back in toward those trees. I don't know where's Tuscany. I don't know where it's at, but I want to be there.
David.
Yeah, I was at an 81, deserving of a merit. Considered going a little higher. I think I was confused a little bit by the random bright spots in between the rows. And I'm assuming it's some kind of mist, but the fact that I'm having to assume is kind of what's holding me back. And then those very bright spots in the center.
Thea.
84, top end of the merit category for this tulip field. Yeah, really, really pretty. And I believe that the tulips have a little bit of frost on them and just the mist coming up as there's evaporation with the sun coming up. What held me from going into that excellent category is the little bit of color shift in the sky on camera right.
Julie.
Yeah, I was at an 80 in the merit category. And besides what's been said, it felt like it was tilted to the left just a teensy hair.
Yvonne.
Yeah, 86, excellent category. I see the tilt talking about on the left. I think it's partially because of that heavy mass of shrubberies on the left, and it could just be the ground is sloping that way. So it's the horizon line might be true to the camera level, but the dirt itself is kind of drippy on the left. The sky is funky and weird. The grasses are weird in between the tulips. Everything's kind of weird, and that's what's so cool about it. Even the way the depth of the focus kind of drops off after it hits that hump in the middle drastically. It makes everything look really weird, like it was almost shot with a tilt shift lens to give it that kind of the appearance when you photograph small miniatures like in Godzilla movies and stuff to make them look big. That's kind of what it looks like. So everything is wonky, and that's part of the appeal to this. Is it's not just straight up. You walked up and there was a field of flowers. This is different thinking.
Gena, your rebuttal.
Wow, you've done most of it for me there, Yvonne. Thank you. So, I mean, yeah, there's a color shift. Yeah, why? Because that's a maker really wanted to bring that out and have all those color palettes. Yeah, I'm sorry that I didn't know it was tulips instead of lavender, because to me that's just amazingly what I thought. Those bright spots right there in the middle is just where the God's rays are coming down. You can see how it's hitting across those flowers. So for me, that just drives me further back into the landscape. This is quirky, this is weird, this is offbeat, and I am digging it.
What's your
80
sorry. Yep, continue. Your score?
86.
Okay. Challengers maintaining an 86. Judges, please rescore. 87.
Oh, well, thank you.
Soft Dawn's Golden Touch. 83. Yvonne.
Yeah, so we get this great density as the sun comes up. It looks like a bodyscape, right? Looks like a lot of booties out there and abdomens layered one after the other. Nothing is in pure black, so we have details where you want them. Really great.
Thank you. Rainier's Song. 84.
Challenge.
All right, Julie.
How's it at 88? I feel like I'm in The Sound of Music. This looks really, really pretty. Just absolutely stunning landscape here. I always look, just for the audience's edification, there's not a single mountain or ridge line that I don't investigate very thoroughly to make sure there's no haloing or darkening of the sky that reaches into the trees, and things like that. And this one's done really, really well. Feels all organic.
Yvonne.
80 merit category. I was kind of taken aback by how much foreground there really was in this. I kept getting stuck in those tiny little waterfalls and not really appreciating all the flowers and mountains I wanted to.
Gena.
Oh, I was at 85, and I may just be the tiniest bit low. I expect to see two cows and Heidi coming down that edge. It is absolutely like a Thomas Kincaid image with all that beautiful warm light. I'm grooving it.
David.
I was in an 82. I appreciate the foreground elements. I agree that I think there's so much foreground that I kind of lose the background.
Thea.
86, right in that excellent category with the Challenger, and probably a little bit low. I think that the foreground element makes a great secondary subject to that majestic mountain.
Julie, rebuttal.
I think the foreground is the story. I think that's where we are. This is the picnic spot. And that, mountain is the secondary. That is the background. And by the way, there's pretty incredible detail in that background. So, when you think of a landscape photo, you like to get sharpness and clarity kind of all throughout. And this is a great example of how to do that, right? So we've got all the detail in the front and the foreground. We can see the waterfall. By the way, long exposure, so you have the nice softness in the water with the waterfall, but still incredible clarity and detail in the ridge, in the mountain in the back. So I think this belongs in the excellent category. I'm sticking with my 88.
Challenger maintains 88. Judges, please rescore. 88. Where Time Learns to Stand Still. 82. Gena.
Yeah, wow. I'm sitting here with my hand over my camera looking at this. To me, it's the top half. I think I'm almost in like Antarctica because of the starkness, and that almost feels like water behind. But in the foreground, I feel like I'm in Mars. So, I mean, it's really just an interesting juxtaposition between the warmth and the cool. Very nicely handled.
Thank you. Home of the Grain. '84. David?
Yes, wonderful capture. The light coming across those smooth hills. Um, I feel like the presentation, it's almost like there's a drop shadow or something onto the image. I can't figure that piece out. And it feels like the mill is tilted to the right. So I think I'd want to straighten things up just a touch.
Thank you. Beauty and the Beater. '80. Thea?
Yeah, great storytelling here with that title. I really appreciate the color balance as well between the truck and the tulips here. I think that what could make this a stronger image is I'm not sure we need all of that sky, so making it more of a panoramic image would help. And then watch the cropping on the bottom where you're cropping out just the tips of some of the tulips. That almost creates a little bit of a light leak.
Thank you. Into the Curl. '84.
Oh, yeah.
Nope.
Go ahead, Gena.
All right, Gena.
I have this at an 87 in the excellent category. Dang, I am taking such delight in the blend of the colors coming over that wave and that sun coming through, just the waves, creating all this beautiful, yummy colors. Oh my gosh, I'm delighting in all this spray. And then there's little birds in the background, and then the background itself is just this soft, muted tone. Ooh, I wish I was there.
David?
Well, I'm at an 81 and I'm low. It just didn't have quite the impact for me. I think I kind of got drawn down into that darkness there in the center of the wave, and I have to keep kind of backing out to look at the details.
Thea?
87, and Gena beat me to the challenge. I really appreciate how the birds give a scale to this incredible wave, and the darkness of the curl in the middle. That's really part of that story, giving us how much power there is with the ocean in this image.
Julie?
I was at 84. I think this is stunning. Where I struggle to go higher is one, is I feel like the stroke line is pretty hefty. It's that green olive tone. And I get it that it brings you kind of back into that green center of the water, but it just didn't feel like it was quite the right color, and also maybe too thick. And then I wish that I could see the seagulls. Like they're just no separation and they're so dark. And so I felt like that was, sort of a missed opportunity to maybe bring those seagulls and highlight those out just a little bit more.
Yvonne?
81, nothing new to add, but I am trending up.
Gena, rebuttal?
All right. I didn't even see the stroke line. That'll tell you something. I was so enamored of going right into that wave and hearing that shush sound and that roll and that roar. I just wanted to just absolutely drink it all in. If I could see the seagulls more, I'd be going, well, it looks like the seagulls are overdone and everything. To me, they're tiny and they're just a little addition. They're like the fish of the air kind of thing with this. I just think this is so powerful. I just want to wallow around in it for a little bit more. I'm at 87 and I might just be the tiniest little bit low. So I'm going to go to an 89.
Challenger changes their score to an 89. Judges, please rescore. 87. Where stone remembers light. 83.
Challenge.
All right. Yvonne.
I'm at 92 in superior category. I know it's a far way off from the average here, but I think we've all seen this kind of location before, or parts of this area. I've never seen it so vibrantly red before. I don't know if it's a decision in post. However, we got here, whether it's natural or in camera or post, whatever, it's definitely much more compelling and creative than what you typically see here. The gritty and graininess has also been enhanced nicely to where it makes it more interesting than just smooth, runoff of sand and whatever else.
Gena.
I was at a 78, above average. I really want to enjoy this, but the crunchiness and it just overpowering to me, especially as I look down the fence line that leads us into it. But where I have the biggest concern is those bright whites. I mean, I don't know where to land, and I'm just kind of wandering around in circles and having to fight my way through these little valleys and rifts.
David.
I was also at a 78 in the above average category. Really appreciate the geology here and the effort to portray it. That crunchiness, I completely get it. It feels that way in real life, but it carries through to the fence. And then the last part for me anyway is that upper right corner is very odd. And I'm assuming it's a ridge line, but that's certainly an area I think I would have eliminated.
Thea.
Yeah, I was 88, top end of that excellent category. Beautiful scene here. I do believe that the graininess of it is a natural piece of the capture. I do appreciate that the maker left the fence within the scene because it gives us the scale of this immense natural scape and these rocks. I think that the whites in here are part of the salt deposits. So leaving them as they are in graininess and the grittiness really gives us that natural feel.
Julie.
Yeah, I was at an 80 and I fell into the merit and I wavered, but I fell in because I did think the vibrant reds and against kind of the purple tones of the mountain, sort of won me over. The over sharpening and crunchiness of it is what was making me waver. However, as it sits here, I'm almost envisioning this as a piece printed on velvet, and having like that level of texture in the print, and it's sort of working for me. So I'm trending up.
Okay.
Yvonne,
Awesome.
rebuttal.
Yeah, I love the idea of printing on velvet. It'll go great with my Elvis and my dogs playing poker. Yeah, it's definitely been intentionally manipulated to give us a more creative view of something that is commonly photographed and entered into print comp. I'm not comparing it to other images because it doesn't compare to them. It's a new way of seeing this area. The top right hand corner, I believe that is natural. That's just the way it is, and that's part of what caps off the corners of the scene. I'm probably overly zealous from taking back with the creativity. So I'm going to come down to the top of the excellent category with 89.
Challengers changing score to 89. Judges, please rescore. 86. Celestial Bloom. 84.
Challenge.
All right. Was
I'm
that
at an,
Yep. Okay.
yes, I'm at an 87. I think that this is more than a merit. Being able to capture the aurora borealis where it doesn't go, where you have the definition of the light bending is really nice. and having the trees completely pointing into it gives us a really interesting composition.
I was at an 80 for the lack of detail in the trees, but also very very interesting and vibrant image with the sky and the contrast with the borealis.
Yvonne.
Yeah, 86, excellent category. Great perspective. I love the little bit of other colors we're getting besides just the intense green. We're picking up some cyans and some little blues at the very top tippity parts.
Gena.
Yeah, 83. When this first comes up, I felt like it was falling in on top of me on purpose, because that's how the aurora works. At first I was bothered by the blacks in the trees, and then I thought to myself, it's silhouettes. It's like the earth reaching to the sky and the sky reaching back down. So I'm a little low.
David.
Yeah, I'm at 85 and probably low at that point. Certainly the trees are silhouetted. This is not actually an easy capture. I'm looking at the stars, they're pinpoint sharp. The silhouette, the branches on these trees are also sharp, but you've got decent motion in the borealis. So this is really an excellent capture. And I have no issues with being in this category at all.
Thea, rebuttal.
Well, looks like I'm going to have a really uphill battle here. I think we're all in agreement that this is an excellent capture, and I'm going to move up to the top end of the category at an 89.
Challenger changes score to 89. Judges, please rescore. 89. Nature called. $82. Julie?
Yeah, this just tells the story I think that we're all living, and really captures, one, the beauty of the environment this photographer's about to go capture, and two, the joy on his face and all the equipment we all have to haul. So just a really nice job. I think that, if there is anything to look at, I think some of the vignetting, and it could be organic, but it does feel pretty dark, especially along that right side.
Thank you. Water power. $82. Yvonne.
Nice tranquil scene here. I'm looking for people. I'm not seeing any, which is kind of neat because it gives you that real sense of stillness then when you don't have the people in the scene.
Thank you. Hamma Hamma River Glow. $81. Gena?
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful scene. As far as, that long exposure to get that milky water. I think that part of it is handled well. And I think then the tree is handled well. But when I put them together, it doesn't feel like they actually live together, even though I know they do, because I'd like to see a little bit more detail in the water.
Thank you. Symphony in Green. $83. David?
Yeah, another nice capture of the aurora borealis. Really appreciate this. I believe it would work better with just a little more detail in the shadows and maybe tone down the brightest parts of the borealis.
Thank you. School's Out. 81. Thea.
Yeah, really cool old building, and really appreciate how the maker kept all of the verticals straight on this building, and I like how the sky is sitting behind it. A couple of areas to consider to elevate this image: the grasses in the back, those hay fields are really, really bright. Consider darkening them down so we can stay within the building.
Thank you. Don your wings.
Would you repeat the title?
Don your wings.
Okay,
DAWN.
Dawn. Okay.
$78. Julie.
Very relaxing and golden scene. I think I'm looking along the ridge line and seeing some haloing up there, and then just in general, hard to find kind of that center of interest here.
Thank you. Mist kissed morning. $84. Yvonne.
Yeah, I love the serenity of this again. It's just that perfect time of the day when you can just sit out there in the dock and drink your coffee and enjoy the stillness and maybe hear some birds screeching out in the distance. Um, Enjoy the image you have. Give us more image, less matte.
Thank you. Nature's Anvil.
Hmm.
76. Gena.
Challenge.
Oh, okay. Yvonne.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm at 72 in the average category. I'm seeing a lot of vertical lines in this, and strange colorations. Please, if it's just me, let me know and I will change my score. But I'm seeing a lot of technical right now.
Gena.
Yeah, I had this at 75, and I agree. It almost looks like shutters or what do you call it, window shades kind of feel about that with all those vertical lines running up. It may be an overlay they put over to give it extra oomph, but as it stands with those lines,
David.
Yeah, I had inputted at 77, and then as you gave the final score, I was like, "What are those?" and realized those vertical lines again. Not sure what those are, but they are certainly distracting once you see them.
Thea.
78, it's been said.
Julie.
78, it's been said.
Yvonne, a rebuttal?
Nothing rebuttal, just one more tip for the maker. You have a square image, which is nice, great, but you don't need to put a vertical mat on a square image.
And what's your score going to be, Yvonne?
I'm leaving at 72.
All right. Maintaining is 72. Judges, please rescore. 73. Saturday Night Lights. $80. Gena.
yeah, I enjoy this very bird's eye kind of view right in there into a Washington Huskies University, whatever football game. Yeah, you know what I mean. Go Vols. But so anyway, when I look into it, I'm looking at the way the lights are really playing on the ground and as well as in the stadium, and everything looks deserted except for that stadium. So that I can really appreciate.
Thank you. Carpet of Rolling Gold. 81. David?
I really enjoy the play of light on the hillsides here. I certainly look forward to the day when I get to go photograph this kind of landscape. I think the challenge for the user might be, maybe it's just pure abstract, but I don't have a good place for my eyes to land.
Thank you. Summer morning. $83.
Challenge.
All right, we got a challenge.
I was at 89. And I just think the tones of the sky and that detail in the mountains and in the snow, and then the winding pathways to the little blue pool in the center, all the detail from foreground to the background, all sharp. Really well done.
Yvonne?
Yeah, 81 for all those positives mentioned. The lighting feels a bit stark on the foreground and the greenery in the foreground, and the mat itself isn't adding much to it. It's really hard to see that faint pinstripe that they provided.
Gena?
I was at 78, above average. I love what's going on in here. I just want to see more of it. I want to see, it's a mountain, it's a landscape, it's this beautiful snow. I want to see landscape. I don't want to necessarily see a portrait for that, because that keeps me cramped in when I really want to enjoy the entire landscape.
David?
Yeah, I was at 83, deserving of a merit. I think it's a nice capture. I do feel like I'm losing some detail in the mountains with the white, and the light contrast on the foreground. It is a little crunchy. I'm not sure we need all of that.
Thea?
Yeah, 85 and trending up. I really appreciate how the maker actually gave this to us in a portrait presentation, as I'm being able to enjoy the runoff of the snow coming in from the left, the little ice, the little pool of the little pond of water there that is in the glacial colors, and then leading us right into the mountain. Really beautiful, peaceful scene.
Julie, rebuttal.
Yeah, so I also am appreciating this portrait style of this landscape, because well, for one thing, who knows what's to the left and right? There might be like a shack right to the left, where if they didn't make it a landscape, it just wouldn't have worked. And I think the way that this is, we get the tall tree, and I think it makes sense. And then also having that blue pool in the middle, I just think this portrait style ends up kind of working. As far as detail in the whites, I see detail where I need to in the snow. You can see the little drifts and little areas where snow is collected, and then areas where it's flatter. And I think that's all it is. I think the exposure is perfect. And actually, I think time of day is really good for this image here. As far as the foreground, again, I kind of go back to the same idea that this is our picnic spot, and look at the view. This is the spot where there are no trees. This is the spot where you can sit. So I don't know. It just sort of sits me down right where I need to be to get this spectacular view. I'm in the excellent category. I'm at 89.
Challenger maintains 89. Judges, please rescore. $87. Where time and timber endure. $76. Thea.
Challenge again.
Oh, got a challenge here from Yvonne.
I'm sorry to be that guy yet again. 72, average category. Yeah, it's super saturated. It can be a style. But if you lean a little closer, you'll see that there's, as part of the effect of the sharpening, I guess, that happened, there's a checker pattern, um, like a horizontal vertical lines, kind of almost tiles out all the image. Especially like you look at the yellowish bush center left of the cabin. You can kind of make it out there the best.
Gena.
Yeah, 77. I saw not only that, as I look at the mountain range or whatever that is behind the dark range right in front, it does exactly the same thing. But the actual sky itself doesn't really have as much of that greeny noise in it. So for me, it feels like it's just been pushed too hard.
David.
Yeah, I was at a 77. I felt the same thing. It was over processed, but I appreciated the composition, and could see kind of where the maker was going with it. Presentation also needs some work.
Thea.
77 for the positives. Really appreciate the composition. And if the maker were to take that raw image and reprocess it by minding the histogram, I think we could come up with a winner here.
Julie.
78, it's been said.
Yvonne, any rebuttal?
No, Thea nailed it. There's quality in there. Just got to bring it back.
And your score?
Still 72.
Challengers maintaining 72. Judges, please rescore. 74. Ribbons of Dust and Dawn. $84. Thea?
Yeah, really fun composition here. While the farmers are doing their harvest, you can really see that with all of the dust coming up. A couple areas of improvement for the maker here is watch your highlights in that dust. I'm losing detail and really want to be able to see and almost feel the dust.
Thank you. Where People Learned the Stone.
Would you repeat that title?
Where People Learned the Stone. $79 with a majority challenge. Julie, you want to
Okay.
take this one?
Go ahead.
Sure, I'll take it. So I did have an 80 for this. I fell on the side of the maker, but I wavered back and forth. I think it's over sharpened. It's pretty crunchy up front, and then it's such a sharp contrast to the milky background. So I went back and forth. Also, didn't understand the title, but I just sort of ignored the title. Yeah.
Yvonne.
82 merit category. I took it as an extreme style use to go this sharp and this crunchy. For me, the story had to do with this location being used for literally centuries, if not millennia, probably. The people who carved caves, and then below that you've got actual formed buildings, and you've got mosques on the left. So it shows how this location has been reworked and the stone has been reworked. So interesting story.
Gena.
81. I definitely went on the side of the maker. I just saw this on TV the other day and I still can't remember the name of the town. They were almost like fortresses, for lack of a better term, where they would store their animals and their grains and everything for if they were being attacked or whatever. And they have a very sandstone grainy texture, if I remember that right. I'm going to err on the side of the maker with an 81.
David.
Yeah, I think I'm probably the outlier here. I don't know. I'm at a 76. The over sharpening, the texture that's inside here makes it hard for me to really differentiate between certain areas. And it seems like in the bottom left corner, it's like very soft and maybe even a little fuzzy. A little bit on the bottom right too. So I'm not sure if the technique was applied everywhere or how they went about doing this.
Thea.
Yeah, 77. I really appreciate how the maker gave us the composition, but I am struggling with some of the technique applied, not only on the left-hand corner, but on the right-hand corner where we've got that great gray formation. It appears to be going really soft, where everything around it is so crunchy.
Thank you. As this was an assigned challenge, there is no rebuttal. Judges, please rescore. $79. Sailor's Delight. $78. Nivon?
Yeah, beautiful location. I think the lighting on the foreground doesn't quite match the background though.
Thank you. Night.
Hey, Chris.
Oh, yes.
Can we bring back that sailboat image? It was a black and white.
Yep. We'll do one more and then we'll bring it back up.
Okay.
Or excuse me,
excellent. Thank
two
you.
more, then we'll bring it back up. Okay.
Perfect.
Night Suspension. $85. Gena?
Oh, I'm soaking this in. Give me just a second. I just think this is such a stunning piece of architecture and the way it was captured, with all the, oh, I don't know, the stringy things, whatever you're going to call them, the cables. I think they're just so interesting the way they're lit. And then when you get into the water, because there's movement into the water, maybe a longer exposure, it almost feels like a bicycle spokes, for lack of a better term. I don't know how to explain it, but it really moves me into thinking this is really super nice.
Thank you. The Road to Rainier. $76. David?
Yeah, I really am drawn into the center of this. The lighting on that mountain is wonderful with the soft textures above it. I would probably rethink the presentation. It's so bright, it draws me out. And there's quite a bit of noise in the image.
Thank you. We're bringing back as a challenge Mist Kissed Morning.
All right. And whoops.
Nope, not up there yet. There it goes.
All right. And this ended up in the
It's
deserving of a merit.
scored an 84.
Okay. Yeah. I had this a category up. And I think that it's more than a merit. It's very minimalistic. And yes, I know that the presentation is quite heavy, but when you get into the scene, it's really peaceful, minimalistic, very, very nice, misty morning, I think.
Julie?
Yeah, I was at an 80 and deserving of the merit, and it just gets very heavy on the right, so dark. And then when I look at what's happening with the sky and to the tip tops of the trees, I had some questions where some of them look like they were almost overlaid with like that white sky mist. And maybe that's organic mist, but it's not over any of the other treetops.
Yvonne?
Yeah, 85. Yeah, nothing really to add to it. Yeah.
Thank you. Gena?
82. It's been stated.
David?
Yeah, I was in 86 and almost challenged this myself. The thing that held me back was the presentation. But again, if you move inside that, I think it's a wonderful minimalist scene. Love the use of the negative space. I believe that the trees, it seems like the overlay applies to the taller trees, which would speak to the elevation of the cloud base in this particular image. And I do appreciate the treatment that makes it a little grainy. At first, I thought it was noise, but now I'm assuming it's more of an application that the maker, stylistically decided this is what they wanted to do.
Thea, rebuttal?
Yeah, I do believe that this is more than a merit. And the tops of those trees, that's fog and mist coming down. In the Northwest, when you have really heavy, humid mist, you will see it this way. It will present like green has been applied to an entire scene when it's completely natural. And so I see those trees as just being overcome by the mist. And that really brings into the storytelling of this mist really falling heavy in this morning. 88 for me.
Challenger changes their score to an 88. Judges, please rescore. 88. Really nice job. Good challenge to bring back. We have reached the end of the category. We're going to go ahead and take a break. This will be our final break as we round out the image competition. We'll see you soon, everyone. Welcome back from break, everybody. We are on our final home stretch here. We are now entering the wildlife category. So these are images where the primary subject is an undomesticated animal, including zoo animals. Up first, Regal Exhale. '87. Thea?
Challenge?
Oh, we got a challenge. Julie.
I'm in a 93. I'm looking at the clarity and detail all throughout the feathers of this eagle. Great pose, by the way. So if you managed to direct that, that was perfection. Loving the highlights on the tips of the wings, details in the branch, and details in the greenery that's coming up too. And then how about having that exhale, that breath captured for this eagle?
Yvonne.
Yeah, I was at it in a 91. Really, that is that moment of exhale that makes it such a unique image. It's lighting is beautiful on it. The sharpness is all there. Bokeh, great in the background. There's some little repeating patterns. I'm going to attribute those to just being natural events in the way how the tree line grew.
Gena.
I was at an 84. It didn't hit me quite the way you did. To me, it seems like, especially on top of the eagle, the feathers seems foreshortened. But then when I look at the head, it almost has a painterly feel, but everything else is photorealistic. And there are some blue tints on his tail. So I'm just having a hard time putting that together.
David.
I was also at an 84. I appreciate the talent to kind of make this, but where it really kind of fell apart for me was up in between the feathers. It's like the same brown as the feathers, but it's soft. And that continues on both wings. There's also some like cyan around the edges of the wings, particularly on the wing toward us. And I also saw the cyan on the tail feathers.
Thea.
Yeah, very interesting scene here. 83, deserving of a merit. And like with my my fellow jurors have stated, there is a little bit of a painterly quality on some of the eagle, but then parts of it are also photographic. So there's a mismatch in style, and then on the lighting on the tail. If this was indeed painted, the highlights on the tail could have been handled a little bit better.
Julie, a rebuttal.
Yeah, I think that the highlights on the tail are just part of the magic. And also, like, if you look in between the mouth and between the beak, you have a huge highlight there. And I just think that's where the sun is getting to hit. And I think it helps separate that eagle from the background. I mean, you also have the highlights kind of along all the wings. So to me, it makes sense. And as far as the cyan and the tail, I think there's some organic coloration of the eagle, as well as some potential reflection from all of the greens and blues in that forest environment. It's sitting at the top of a tree, so there's probably lots and lots of green underneath that's reflecting off. To me, this is super majestic. I'm trying to kind of understand. I think the comments about like the painterly feel, I do see maybe a little bit of painterly effort, in the helmet, in the hair, and then maybe some inconsistency with that as you head into like the branch and the talons and things. So there might be something to those comments that the maker needs to take into account. And for those comments, I'm going to come to the top of the excellent category at an 89.
Challenger is changing score to 89. Judges, please rescore. '87. Yellowstone Godfather. '79 with a majority challenge.
Challenge.
All right. Thea.
All right, I'm at an 81 with this image, and I do feel that this It is merit worthy. The maker got in right at eye level and gave us a lot of detail in this godfather, per se. And I really appreciate how we see all the hair around the face on this bison.
Julie.
I did waver a bit, but I landed in the merit. So I'm at an 80, and lots of detail and all throughout that fur. And that's at the end of the day what won me over. I do have a question. Is that poop that's like and right in front, like there's two little mounds? Is that poop that he's like laying with? Somebody help me.
Yes.
Yvonne.
Yeah, 81. Yes, boop. Lots of, or sign, as if you're hunting, it's called sign. So realized tight crop. I mean, I've seen more detail on this animal than I've ever seen of this type of four. It's very powerful animal that feel the spirituality of it they're trying to reference. A presentation would help elevate it a bit.
Gena.
I was at a 75, right up there, and above average. While I can appreciate the low angle, I don't really mind the poop quite so much because that's what buffaloes do. But for me, lack of presentation, lack of depth, it just comes across as being very flat, and especially on the right hand side and that bush in the back, it has some of it that's sharp and some of it's out. And for me, that's just I can't understand it and coordinate it together.
Thank you. David.
I was at a 77 in the above average category. I have similar challenges on the left side with some of the bushes looking kind of foggy, but then others being very sharp, and there's some chromatic aberration happening on some of the bushes with magenta and cyan tones around the edges. And the presentation is a little bit, or lack of one is a little bit challenging as well.
Thea, rebuttal.
Yeah, in rebuttal, sure. Would presentation elevate? That's absolutely. I would be deeper into that merit category if it had a presentation. I think that what we're seeing camera left, it could be a little bit of a hot spring that this animal is laying on, which they will do in the wintertime in Yellowstone. And to answer my forager's question, yes, that is poop that is in front of him. I am in the merit category for the detail and the storytelling that the maker gave us. 81.
Challengers maintaining 81. Judges, please rescore. '80. Avian Observer. '80 with a majority challenge.
Challenge.
All right, Yvonne.
I'm at 83 on this. Great detail on the bird, being such a overcast day and it's being backlit. I know there's a little bit of halo on the bird's back, and that's why I'm not higher. The scene usually like this, you don't see much wildlife, especially up close and something so tiny. So that's very creative there. There's a haze throughout the valley below, which helps knock out a lot of those dark points, which then allows us also to focus more on the bird itself.
Gena.
I was at a 76 above average. Yeah, I can see some of the feathers are fairly sharp, but the eye itself is just a blur. And as I look at that mountaintop, go around it, there is halation all the way around it. It just maybe it was an aberration or whatever. To me, it just lacked pop and impact.
David.
Yeah, I was at an 82 as well. Appreciated the scene itself. Noticed the haloing a little bit, but thought it worked well and appreciated the black and white treatment.
Thea.
78 for all the positives and negatives.
Julie.
79, definitely noticed the haloing over the ridgeline. I started to ask myself if the bird was really there or if it was placed. There's a couple parts that feel cut out. And then looking in the tail feathers, it gets bright in between some of those tail feathers. And so then I started asking that question. It probably is there, it probably is organic, but whenever a judge starts asking questions, and that halo didn't help as well around the bird, right? Whenever you start asking questions, it gets dangerous.
Yvonne, rebuttal.
Yeah, that's a good question about the bird being there or not. I can't tell you 100% it is. Um, the lighting pattern underneath its wings looks like it's coming from behind, which is in the same direction that it is on the peaks. So I will give I will give the benefit to the maker that it is a natural capture, and it's just unfortunately the post processing on the halo is what's making us question it. And after hearing everyone's comments, I can't. I'm having difficulty saying an 83. I'm going to lower my score to a 79.
Challenger changes to 79. Judges, please rescore. 78. Into the light. $79. Thea?
Challenge,
Oh.
actually.
Challenge, all right.
I'm at an 82, and I know that this is a very soft image, and traditionally for competition, we want to see we want to see sharpness, we want to see detail, but I think the maker is giving us a lot to think about here with the direction of light going right into these sandhill cranes.
Julie?
I was at an 80, and I did waver. You know, I had that general feeling of, do I like this? I think I like this. And so at the end of the day, it just feels like a fine art piece where I had to sort of seek out the subjects in there, which made me stay in the image. I looked around. It's very interesting.
Yvonne?
Yeah, 78. Same thing. Had to stick out their little bird friends, which I enjoyed. That was the fun part of it. I'm seeing a lot of blotchiness, though, with some of the colors as a result of, I guess, this haze, whether it happened naturally or in post. There's also this weird diagonal yellow and then pinkish band coming from the top right down into it and into the birds. And I keep looking up into that area instead of appreciating our little birdie friends.
Gena?
Yeah, 79, and I waffled back and forth because to me, that one beam of light that's yellowish doesn't seem organic. It doesn't fade like it should in the fog and that mist. It's pretty dang straight line. And so that to me made me question that. And then as I start to look around, and some of these grasses, especially under the sand, the cranes, has a very magenta kind of cast, and if it's just a close miss for me.
David?
Yeah, I was at a 75. I appreciate the artistic intent, the style choices. However, I mean, I see magenta and cyan virtually everywhere, even out onto the presentation, and particularly in the dark areas of the birds where that should be almost black. It's just almost pure magenta. And I think part of the reason the light that's coming in from the upper right doesn't feel realistic is because it doesn't actually represent itself on the surfaces of anything that we're looking at.
Thea, rebuttal.
Yeah, in rebuttal, I see this as a fine art piece, and I understand all of the concerns that my fellow jurors have brought up, but I do see this as a natural piece where I can see this happening when you're out looking for sandhill cranes and almost hear them before you can see them. And that diagonal line that's coming through with the sun really trying to pierce the thick fog, you can see that also coming through on the grasses where you see the almost greenery coming through. The cyan casts, yeah, I'm not asking for an excellent score on this, and I hope the maker's listening to improve upon this, but I do feel that this is in the merit category, 82.
Challengers maintaining 82. Judges, please rescore. 80. The Quiet Guardian. 78. Thea?
Yeah, very cool raptor here, and I really appreciate how the maker was able to separate it from the background. Where I'm struggling with this piece is lack of focus from the beak all the way to the eyes. Wish there was just a little bit more sharpness.
Thank you. On the Road Again. Nope, just a second. There we go. On the Road Again. 78. Julie?
Yeah, fun story. I mean, I heard chuckles when the title was read. So good job there. It does. There's something about this image that feels stretched, almost like it was like pulled, and it may just be lens distortion. Um, so I don't know, something to look at, and it may just be lens choice.
Thank you. Grace in the Glide. 83. Yvonne?
Yeah,
Challenge.
beautiful.
Oh, we got a challenge.
Yeah, I'm at an 86 in the excellent category. Such clarity on the bird. Good decisive moment of capture here. Just fresh into the landing, skidding across, catching the trail in the water, leaving room on the left side for the bird to skid into, and clarity all through the wings.
Yvonne?
82 merit category for everything that the challenger just said. There's some magenta on the beak, top beak, closest to the eyeballs. If that's natural, let me know. I appreciate that. Otherwise, it seems like an abrupt end from the magenta to the orange.
Gena?
83, and I'm glad you challenged. Yes, I was fixing to challenge myself up because I was really studying in on this pelican. Beautiful capture. I mean, catching that feet and making them sharp and the water sharp, decisive moment to take that image. I'd like to hear the rebuttal.
David?
Yeah, I was in an 83 and appreciated the time, the shutter speed used to kind of capture this. I also having photographed them before, I don't remember seeing like that magenta tone on the top of the bill. Could be a light effect. And then there's a little bit of specular highlights on some of the feathers and stuff that I feel like could have been toned down just a touch.
Thea?
Yeah, 81 initially for me, but I'm really appreciating the moment of capture here and how the maker is at eye level. Um, the beak on this pelican, the color could be because it's a young animal. I'm not sure, but really appreciating the moment of capture here.
Julie, a rebuttal.
Yeah, I have to assume that red tone on his beak is organic. Everything else in this image looks very organic. This does not look super artistically treated or anything like that. This just looks like great camera settings, great shot, great timing, great everything. So to me, this looks organic. I'm going to assume that redness is part of his beak, and that's what I look like when I blow my nose after a good cold. So it feels like it could be real. I think I'm gonna go squarely into that excellent category because I appreciate when somebody gets something right in camera, and this is just fabulously done in that way. So 88.
Challenger changes score to 88. Jurors, please rescore. 88. Look at that. Those lion eyes. 79. Yvonne?
Yes, I'm at 81 Merritt. Oh, sorry.
Just feedback. Yep.
Just feedback. Yeah. Love the intimate moment between the two of them looking at each other. The fur does feel a little soft.
All right. Thank you. Three's Company. $83.
Challenge.
We got a challenge from Gena.
You bet. I have this at an 85. Oh my gosh. Look at the relationship that's going on here. You've got a mother preening the little baby, and then the other one is off to the side going, well, what about me? Kind of feel like it's like it's the Marsha, the Marsha versus Jan Brady kind of feel going on here. I think the maker did an excellent job, not only being able to capture and manage the light the way they have, but to still really bring out the eyes and the relationship in the environment of perhaps a zoo.
David?
I was at an 85. Also, felt like it was deserving of an excellent score. Love the grouping. Maybe bring down the background a little bit, but certainly an excellent image.
Thea?
Yeah, I was an 82, deserving of a merit. Nice little scene here between dad, possibly mom, and baby here. I really like the connection between the three of them. Possibly bring down the background a little bit, and I'm a little concerned about the little bit of light leaks between our subject right in the middle, possibly dad and mom. There's a little bit of possible masking issues there in the background.
Julie?
Yeah, I was at 87, squarely in that excellent category. So I'm with you. Just tell me where to go.
Yvonne?
I was 78, and I'm appreciating the story I've been told by Gena.
Gena? Tell us what to do.
Well, absolutely. I think I was even a little bit low. It's all the relationship, because when we look at animals and we anamorph them into human relationships, I think this is just a super sweet relationship. And the poor little babies, it's like, could you get done already? I think, the background, yes, had it been handled slightly differently, I might even be higher, because it's the relationship, and their fur actually has that coarse and soft undercoat all the time anyway. So for me, this is a dead on. I was at 85. I think I'm going to head on up to about 88, please.
Challenger changes score to 88. Judges, please rescore. 88.
Marcia.
Pack Attack. $77. Gena?
Yeah, interesting dynamic of being able to capture something at the split moment, because, wolves are, they're pack animals, and they tend to square off against each other, especially when it comes to food. But then you have the buffaloes with their tail raised. It's almost like they're fighting over that as far as the story goes. I think in this situation, though, it's been pushed a little hard. And there's just a lot of noise and just not as sharp as it needs to be on the pack.
Thank you. Where Home Had Been.
Oh, I just have a gray screen.
Oh, it went through now. Okay. 82. David?
Yeah, sorry, I was thrown off. My screen was gray too, and I was like, "Oh boy, they're waiting on me."
It's thinking. Yep.
Great storytelling. Certainly brings you into the emotion of the moment. You see the bird kind of looking down at this area, it appears. So great storytelling there. I think the mat doesn't help, and almost kind of leaves me wanting some separation.
Thank you. Winter Lookout.
Oh, dang it. Sorry, it went in and out. Thank you.
There we go. Yep, we got it. 83.
I'm
Thea?
going to challenge that.
Oh, we got a challenge from David.
Yeah, I'm at 86 in the excellent range. I really appreciate the inclusion of the environment in this. You can see just a touch of snow falling in the darker areas. I realize maybe there could be a touch more separation, but I can see a background in this, and I really appreciate the sharpness of the subject and the tree that it's setting on.
Thea?
Yeah, 84, top end of the merit category for all the positives. What held me from going into that excellent category is actually how the trees are getting cropped off on the camera right. If we're going to give this environment, give it just a little bit more so we can really appreciate the scale.
Julie?
Yeah, I was at an 80, and I felt like the tree was very sharp. The owl, though, it started to feel a little milky, and then of course the sky in the background feels very, very milky. Muddy is another term for it. And at first I kept asking myself, what are those white lines? What are those little artifacts? It's snow. And so as I was going back and forth and wavering on the merit, I ended up falling in at the 80.
Yvonne?
Well, I fell above a merit into excellent at 86. Um, yeah, the snow is interesting. Adds a little bit of distraction because it's like a secondary thing to look at. The bird is beautiful. I think the eyes are crisp. Little pointy beaky thing is crisp. The body, I think, should be a little soft, especially at this distance, because that's part of their camouflage. They don't want to have like crisp lines like the branches of the evergreen here are nice and sharp and crisp. They wants to be kind of like, ignore me, I'm just a bunch of shadows that's about to eat you.
Gena?
Yeah, I had this at an 80. I want to boop that snoot, definitely. But for me, I mean, the snow is not, the little snow particles are not a problem, but my eye relaxes and I see these, even though I know it's part of the background, these black vertical lines like shooting out of the top of its head and off over here. And I keep wondering, what is that? What is it? Even though mentally I know it's a background. So for me, I mean, I think a little cleanup just to help would have gotten me even happier.
David, rebuttal.
Okay, so I hear a couple of things. One is about the background, but if it's snowing, that background is going to be very soft. And I'll repeat what was said about the softness of the owl itself at this distance. Those are smooth feathers, probably puffed up a little bit from the cold, so it gives it this really soft feeling. I appreciate the tree on the right and perhaps a little bit of crop there, but for a out in the wild capture of an animal like this, I certainly believe it's worthy of an excellent category.
And your score?
I will be moving my score to an 88.
Challenger changes score to 88. Judges, please rescore. 87. Purple Nectar. $79. Thea?
Yeah, really interesting composition here between the flower and this butterfly. I really appreciate the sharpness within the eye of the butterfly. However, as we come away from it, the whatever the leaf is in front of the flower is a bit distracting.
Thank you. Sunrise Liftoff. $81. Yvonne?
Yes, great use of the painted effect here. Did you give us that tranquility feel? The touch of the water is excellent. Would be nice if we had just a little bit more headspace,
Thank you.
top headspace.
And I totally skipped you, Julie. We'll get you next time on that feedback. Counting sheep. $78. Julie.
Yeah, this has good impact when it comes up. Appreciate the clarity in the back range, in the farthest range. But in the foreground and the sheep, everything is looking a little crunchy, over sharpened.
Thank you. Frozen melody. $83.
What? Challenge.
All right. I thought that might be coming. Julie.
Yeah, I was at an 89 at the top of the excellent. Will you tell me the title of this one again?
Frozen melody.
Yeah, this bird is singing. It's cold, so look at the breath trail from that song. Looks like musical notes. So not only is this just such a pretty capture of this bird, you can see all the little feathers and everything going on in those blacks, the vibrant orange shoulders, good catchlight and sparkle in the eye to give it personality. But boy, with that beak open and it's singing and the creativity used to create the breath trail, I think really well done here.
Yvonne.
Absolutely, 86. Excellent category. I think I even see a G clef there at the beginning of that song melody there. It's once you get past the beauty of all that mist in there from the bird's breath, you get down to its claws, that nice crispness. Almost looks like it's wearing black gloves. I know it's its own skin, but it has that extra sheen to it that makes it look even cooler. And then we have a nice drop off in the softness and the feathers underneath.
Gena.
I had this at an 81. I think the bird's head and the part of the red-winged blackbird is very nice, very creative. But when I get down to the feet and then I look at that branch does not look like it actually lives there. And then when I look at in between the feathers on its tail, it's a lot brighter in between there than it is in the background, as well as some haloing, if you want to put it that way, or some masking issues around the tail.
David.
Yeah, I was all the way down at a 77, and mostly for what's been said. It's that the head and beak is like tack sharp, looks great. The rest of the bird to me is just kind of mush, and in particular those bright areas between the wing feathers and the tail feathers. I just can't not see that. And to me, the key line's a little bright as well.
Thea.
Yeah, 82 for all the positives. And aside from the concern on the tail feathers with the masking issues, I also see those same masking issues camera left.
Thank you. Julie, rebuttal.
Well, I'm looking for masking issues. What I'm seeing is highlights. So I'm seeing the sun come in and hit that bird's camera right shoulder. And it's, highlighting the tip of the wing. It's highlighting the camera left wing that's sort of like, I don't know, when you're being arrested and it says, you say, put your hands behind your back. Like his wings are sort of like that, right? and so that wing is sort of pushed back and the highlights are hitting the in-betweens of the feathers there. And then in the tail feathers, the highlights hitting that split. And so I think that explains the brightness. So, this is, and by the way, I don't think that's a branch. I think it's like a pole or something that it's sitting on. So I never ever thought that even was like a tree branch. And if it was, then I would agree that there's not enough texture in it, right? To be a branch. But I just assumed this was like a little musical pipe that went with this musical bird. So yeah, boy, I'm in that excellent category. I'm at the top of it at an 89. Hope you'll join me.
Challengers maintaining an 89. Judges, please rescore. 85. Full speed ahead. 87.
Challenge.
Gena.
You betcha. I got this at a 92 in there in superior category. What a capture. That eye and that nose and everything is tack sharp. The fur is just slinging beautifully. All that water coming up and then using that horizon line to really, give us that separation between the water and the bank, but still keeping us right there in that bear's face with that little catch light. This is stunning. You can see the claws.
David.
Yeah, I guess I'm Debbie Downer or whatever, David Downer. David Downs, David Downer.
Wah, 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 wah. Okay.
I was at an 82. I felt like I really appreciate that moment of capture and the detail in the bear. There's so much brightness also going on though that I'm pulled away, and there's so much texture everywhere else that I can't stay focused on the bear. The water areas, there's some of those that, to me anyway, look to be like basically kind of blown out. So I think toning that down maybe would help me move up a category, but I'm happy to listen to what everyone else has to say.
Thea.
88. What a decisive moment of capture here with this bear charging for a fish. Hopefully not the maker of this image. I think to go into the next category, I would need to understand the brightness in the water right in the foreground.
Julie.
Yeah, I was at an 86, and I think I was chicken. As I'm looking at really what's happening here, you don't see very often a good capture of a bear just running what looks to be like its top speed, and catch lights in the eyes. So we've got personality. It looks pretty fierce. It's going after something. Droplets of the water all sharp. Yeah, I was low for sure.
Yvonne.
Yeah, 87 for all the positives have been said. The brightness of the water, we need that. Otherwise, we're going to have complaints that we have way too much blacks in the fur. So without individually trying to highlight and dim down certain areas, this is probably very much out of camera with some minor adjustments of what the real world looks like. And I love all that water that he's chasing in front, or she chasing in front of, so we know that there's some kind of a territorial fight, or going to get some booty. Something's going to happen here. It's interesting.
Gena, rebuttal.
Well, thank you, jurors that are really helping me rock this up. I mean, you see tons of bear shots, but you don't see them with the personality. I don't know whether this is Winnie or Baloo or whatever, but I mean, this bear is charging. He is intense, and I mean, when you can see the claws through the water drops, ooh, you just know something's going to get ripped apart. To me, those highlights in the water are completely natural. Just like if you would splash, you're going to see highlights, even on a slightly overcast day. This to me is just stop action beauty at 92.
Challenger maintains 92. Judges, please rescore.
This is sassy, by the way.
Oh, sassy.
92.
Beautiful.
I was going to go with Boo Boo.
Arr.
And that was a cattail in the bird image, by the way.
Oh.
Last toe hold.
Um,
$84. Gena.
Yeah, well, in this situation, I love this action. If moving off of those cattails, and thank you for letting me know what that was, had no clue. I think the part that really gets me excited is the way the wing is shaped, and the maker catches it with the talons out at the same time, showing the magnificence of the bird's colors and its transition from black into the oranges.
Thank you. Bugs are safe. 81. David.
Yeah, love the detail on the bee there. You're seeing the pollen on the tiniest little hairs. Great job on getting that in focus. I think a little more depth would help so we could see the other two bugs that are kind of primary. I think that would be helpful.
Thank you. Woodland Watcher. Nope, just a second. Okay. Woodland Watcher. $87.
Challenge.
We got a challenge.
93. This is basically perfection. The catch lights in the eyes, the expression, the softness of the fur, creaminess of the background with perfect kind of separation. I am really enamored with this, and I don't know. I want to pet him.
Yvonne.
Yeah, 86. It almost looks like the animal came in for a sitting at the studio. It's so beautifully lit. The pose is wonderful. Yeah, I'm with you. I want to pet it. I want to sit down and snuggle with it. It's okay if it bites me.
Gena.
I originally had this at 85 because I felt like some of the rock was really kind of milky instead of, that deeper, rich tone. But man, the more I look at it, the more I just want to snuggle my nose into that forehead.
David.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm in an 85 and definitely feel I'm in the right category. Maybe it could go up a hair. I really wish a couple of things. The background was a little darker, particularly right behind the hair. The fur almost fades into that, which doesn't help separation. And then the key line kind of goes in and out based on the bright areas of the image.
Thea.
Yeah, 87 initially, and I'm really appreciating the composition here. And my initial concerns are, I don't think as strong anymore. Seeing the beautiful detail in the eye, the nose, the detail in the hair, and there's a reason that my doctor had me get my rabies vaccine because I would be smushing on this fox.
Julie, rebuttal.
Yeah, I feel confident from this image that we could pet this one, and that would like it. The detail in the fur, my gosh. The whiskers, and then just enough detail in the rock below, but bringing it down in value so that it doesn't compete at all. And frankly, having the same color tones with that golden sunlight coming in on the right, that works for me because it reminds you that this fox belongs in that environment. So it just sort of matches, has great color harmony. There's so much good to love about this image. Would love to reward the maker. I'm at a 93.
Challenger maintains 93. Judges, please rescore. $93. Little show off.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Who gets the title?
Little show off.
Oh.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about Julie. No.
I was like, gosh, Chris,
No.
name calling or what?
Yeah, right. $82. Julie?
Yeah, I think that we've got good camera settings here, good shallow depth of field, so that you've got the hummingbird in pure focus with the background just sort of melting away. However, I do see some kind of white haloing all across the wing and all around every tail feather, which didn't make sense to me. And in general, wasn't 100% sure with this view from behind exactly what I was looking at first.
Thank
Took
you.
me a minute.
Just 5 more minutes. That's the title of this one. Just 5 more minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
First, you got to help us out here.
It's like, all right, I'll be more announcery, less conversational. I know my place. Okay. $78. Yvonne.
And so I appreciate the story once I realized that it was a story. The straw the animal sitting on really breaks the reality for you and makes it feel very zoo-like. So it kind of kills the wild animal feel for me.
Thank you. Out on a limb. $79. Gena.
Oh yeah, I love me some lilac-breasted rollers. Those are such a pretty bird. But for me, I had some concerns about some of the color shifting on the outline, if you will, around the branches. It goes very dark blue in some of it, and it just there's no catch light in the bird's eye on the right.
Thank you. Spring pollen. $79. David.
Yeah, I guess I'm the bee judge today. It seemed like the last one I did was also a bee. Nice capture in flight. Kind of froze the wings, but that's really difficult to do since they beat at 1,000,000 flaps a minute or something, or a second. I think the strong diagonal line through there is really the challenge with this shot.
Thank you. Homeward bound. $86.
I'm going to challenge that up.
Got a challenge.
Yeah, I'm at 90 in the superior category. These geese are just I don't they're there. I mean, to me, I don't see any way these things aren't brought in from somewhere else. I love the wings, the feathers, the way they're finally caught. I mean, we talked about before, that perfect shutter speed to capture these things, and I'm seeing it right here. Love the background as well.
Thea.
Yeah, I was just inside the merit category for this piece. I really appreciate the moment of capture, and the background really sets these two birds off. My areas of concern were in the wings, particularly on the camera left, or sorry, camera right bird. The top of the wings were losing all of the detail.
Julie.
Well, I was at a 90 up there with you. And I was actually very pleased with the level of detail, especially considering this dark environment. These birds felt like hope to me in a dark environment. And I love that the front bird's mouth is just a little bit gaped open, maybe even yelling something like woohoo or hooray. So it sort of adds to that hopeful, happy feeling with that dark, sort of magical, ethereal, almost haunted tones that are in the background. So yeah, I'm with you in that superior.
Yvonne.
I was in an 87, an excellent category. Definitely feeling the storyline here. To me, it kind of almost harkened to like two bastards getting home to the girlfriend or to the wife, whatever, before they get upset that you're coming home too late. I'm a little wondering about the bottom left-hand side. There's like a horizontalish line. I can't say how long it is because my screen's different size than your screen. But it kind of like light, dark, light, dark, light, dark repetition. Maybe it's a reflection of some water. I don't know what it is, but And it's minor. It's minor. It's not keeping me from moving, but if someone could tell me what that was, that'd be nice.
Gina.
That was at the top of the merit category, 84. And while I appreciate what's going on here, I'm looking at the geese, and you've got this deep, dark, kind of creepy background, if you will, like a swamp of some sort. But then there appears to be on these geese, because I'm a geese person, a whole lot of sunlight. And I'm not seeing that sunlight anywhere else in that background. It's very very dark and kind of muted. I appreciate it as far as that goes, but I mean, I would have expected to see a little bit of atmospheric sunlight, even around the birds a little bit. But when I look at the one in the back, it's almost as like it feels like the background may have been burned down a little, because right around its neck, it's a little bit greener.
Thank you. David.
Okay, so the things I've heard had to do with a little bit with texture, and I'm seeing good texture throughout the wing feathers on the bird right, the top of the wing, because we're seeing it almost as a flat surface. That would explain why there's a little less texture there, but if you get out to the wingtips, there's plenty of texture. The bottom left, I'm not really seeing the horizontal. I'm thinking it's more like the vertical growth, and perhaps you have a branch segments at about the same growth level, and that might create a little bit of that pattern. I'm quite sure the maker probably burned down the background a bit to accentuate the geese, but I could easily see these bright white geese reflecting light much differently than a dense forest-like background would in the back. The longer I look at this, the more I like it. The title itself, I really appreciate. So I'm very comfortable in this superior category at 90.
Challenger maintains 90. Judges, please rescore. 88. And that concludes the wildlife category. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll conclude the competition with the artist category. We'll see you in 5. Welcome back, everybody. We are on the final stretch, the final category. We're about to begin the artist category. So these are images that rely heavily on creative editing, digital painting, or restoration to transform the original capture. This category is judged on the artistry of the editing. The use of stock images and AI elements are allowed. Up first, reclaimed time. $85. Thea?
Yeah, this is nicely done. I appreciate how the maker gave us a lot of detail within this image and really brought back the scene that was in the thumbnails.
Thank you. The matriarch. $82. Julie?
Yeah, I think that we've got a beautiful subject here, and enjoyed the painterly treatment. And looking at the thumbnails, you know, the work done from the original, adding the sparkle in her eyes, and changing her outfit, you know, all very well done.
Thank you. Murder by Midnight, the movie. $83. Yvonne?
Yeah, it has a great feel to it, to like a real actual Hollywood poster or Netflix, I guess these days. The scale of the two women on the microphone match each other nicely.
Thank you. Flower Power. $78. Gena?
Oh, but pretty color palette, using all that together and bringing it in, you know, from where they started from. You know, I think the maker really took some artistic license. I did have some concerns about the tooling effect, if you will, around some of the leaves that I just couldn't figure out where that came from.
Thank you. Quick 9. $76. David?
Yeah, creative attempt here, especially combining so many different elements. I struggle a little bit. There's some perspective things that are making it difficult to feel like they all belong in the same scene.
Thank you. Grandpa Through Fire and Melted Glass. $75. Thea?
Yeah, what a valiant attempt here to restore this image, where I think the maker could work on this is providing us a second foot. I know it's really hard to see that here, but I'm missing that here in the resulting image. And the sharpest really part of the image is the stool that the 1 foot is on.
Thank you. Remembering Rosie. 79. Julie?
Yeah, I think that the original image of the dog, was brought back. The head's tilted a different way. There's definitely been some good artwork done here, and good job taking the roses you had and creating sort of the garland in front. It does feel a little bit pasted over, different textures, right? So the texture of the dog is so like rough, so it doesn't look like a smooth petable dog anymore. It looks very coarse haired, and then the roses look very, very smooth, so just sort of an inconsistent painterly treatment.
Thank you. Transmitting Christmas cheer around the world. $81. Yvonne?
Challenge.
Oh, we got a challenge from Julie.
Yeah, I just want to talk about this one. I was at a 79, and one of the things that I expect for an artist image is for the lens distortion, right? That should be sort of equivalent throughout. And when I look at the lens distortion on the woman, it feels like it was taken with a wide angle lens, and then the image itself feels like it was taken with a longer lens to me. So it doesn't feel congruent or consistent. And also like the lighting and the highlights on her face don't feel like they match kind of the rest of the image. So just in general, I was just feeling like this didn't go together.
Yvonne?
Yeah, so I was at a 82, the merit category. To me, it looks pretty realistic with the lighting pattern. We can see from the one Daft Punk guy, his helmet's got a very clear octabox from the original capture of that stuff, which seems like the same kind of direction of the lighting coming on top of her. So it's from our side, camera left coming down is the main light from up top. I believe the nose shadow on her matches that. The board up front is nice and stretched out, but then as we get further into the scene, they're nice and rectilinear, and then dropping in that background with the spirit and joy meters adds more of a kind of a fun, kind of cartoony Christmas card look to it. So it's a far transformation from the couple stills they gave us, and then just creating the bodies. I'm assuming they created the bodies because there's no samples for the DJ's bodies.
Gena?
I had this at an 85. I was fixing to challenge up, and mostly because when I look at that top image on the right, I'm seeing pretty much just a photographic, correct light, the way they've got it lit to show all the components and in a studio of some sort, because boy, there's a lot of stuff around that, right? But then the maker really went in and created this, for lack of a better term, Christmas card / Norman Rockwell meets punkorama kind of feel. And I think the maker really took and made something completely interesting out of an average original image. So I'm for it.
David?
Yeah, I was also at a 79, and actually was thinking about going up just a hair into that merit category. I really think they did a decent job with the lighting and the combination of the elements. I was a little puzzled on the right because the picture on the upper right almost looks like what we're seeing, maybe with a couple of tweaks and maybe just a replacement of her face, or maybe that's just to have the glass. So I wasn't sure exactly why we needed all of those elements that were showing on the right, since the original image looked very similar to that, other than the background.
Thea?
Yeah, 80, I fell on the side of the maker for this image. It's a really fun Christmas capture, and I do see the changes the maker made from the guide images into this really fun Christmas-like card capture.
Julie, rebuttal?
Yeah, I'm glad somebody else mentioned the top thumbnail on the right, because I was very confused by that as well. So, I assume that the bodies were taken from that image and put into the final. And then of course we've got the light is reflected in the helmet, and so I still see that from the from the second thumbnail down. So I had a lot of questions, a lot of confusion. The majority of the panels into the merit and had good rationale for being there. So I'm going to join my panel. I'll be at an 80.
All right. Do you say you're going to be an 80?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Challenger is changing their score to an 80. Judges, please rescore. 81. Talking to the Moon. 80. Yvonne?
Yeah, so nice job putting the dress on the girl, and transforming those paint colored drippy things, I guess, into the appearance of woods and corn stalks or something. But maybe not put the moon in front of the corn stalks or whatever they are. Let it diffuse through them.
Thank you. Fragments of Devotion. 83. Gena?
Yeah, coming as a restoration person, Maker really did a really good job on her face, and coming across and getting dad, I'm assuming dad, mom, whatever, nose correctly. And then to bring that rose back in, because, it's obviously some sort of tattoo, if you will. There's seen a lot of young men come home from Vietnam with this tattoo, and bringing that all together for son looking at mom and dad.
Thank you. Late for Tea Time. 79. David?
Yeah, I appreciate the storytelling with the watch and the bunny. Obviously, a take on Alice in Wonderland. I think the challenges I have was, again, going back to the guide images, and they look, several of them, they look similar, and I'm not understanding why we need both.
All right, thank you. The Big Catch. 80. Thea?
Yeah, overall, good job on restoring the image here to bring it to life and giving it punch and building the hands at the top. Overall, a good job with that and giving us detail throughout the man's face and the fish.
Fantastic. That's our final image. Judges, are there any images that you would like to pull back? All right. Okay, everybody, that's officially a wrap for PPW's image competition. You can see the results and all the prizes at Innovate during the President's Banquet. So that's here in Spokane, Washington, April 18th and 19th. You can get more details on PPW's website. Thank you so much for our judges. We had so much great feedback and perspective. David, Thea, Julie, Yvonne, and Gena, thank you so very much for your time and your expertise. That's officially a wrap, everybody. Have a wonderful evening.
Thanks for having us.
All right, you get to hang on, though.
Thanks very much, everyone.